Good morning. I'm gonna get you back. Meazig got in match to get. Me and aku go gumakanak. When I show nog ktihag skadzak iko gumakai bejaik. Gumin added to gumakanak. Hima going out with that sanawa on the video. What's we get with the mic. It's in the back in the gate. Uganog skadzak ginawa na buhat sa Nizan nagamanan agad with danawa. What's skogis tuwad siya na skog nagamuat sa kachihag with gamadeo buhat sa umaga bizawak. Gawin wat sa back in the yachts. So good morning, chiefs and delegates. Thank you so much for taking the time to travel here and to be with us today. As you know, today is the NAN Assembly. Tomorrow will be the Chiefs of Ontario Assembly. So I want to say miigwech and welcome you to our meeting here today. There's also a number of chiefs and delegates that have joined us by video. So I want to welcome them as well. So we will begin our meeting to begin our day. So part of the opening ceremony will be these young men that are sitting around the drum. The Walking Bear drum group will do their opening song, and then they'll also do a flag song. And once they are done, we're gonna invite the elders to come up here as well for them to do the opening ceremony. And once we do that, then we will go into official business. I'm informed that we have over 25 official registered delegates, and we're expecting more as the morning, as we open up the meeting later on this morning, that there'll be more chiefs and delegates that'll be joining us. And just a reminder to the leadership that today, as you know, is the Nishnawbe Aski Nation Special Chiefs Assembly on the agreement that has been reached by NAN, COO in Canada. And tomorrow will be the Chiefs of Ontario Assembly. I believe it's going to be in the same room, Same room tomorrow. So at this time, I will invite all of you to rise, and I'm not sure if you'll do the opening and then the flag song is second. The flag song will be the second one, The first song is the flag song. So I'll invite the executive if they can go back here and to pick up the Eagle staff and maybe the NAN staff. Annabelle, Mike, Bobby, if you can just to acknowledge our Eagle staffs, and then the NAN flag, and maybe I don't know if you want to just come up here. So just you can, one of you can hold the NAN. Betty, do you want to do the veteran? Oh, you can probably and is that how it looks? Yeah, is that how it looks? Okay, so at this time I'll turn it over to the Walking Bear drum group for the flag song, and then after that will be the opening song. Miigwech walking bear drum. Miigwech knamagwak kiksiam anak keguna damak mandoch nigana strike. I'm happy to magwach to damak baita go good back in the gate. So at this time I'll invite our elders to come up for their part in this opening ceremony.
Prayer first. Let's put it there for now. Good morning, Ugamakanaga. Magabijawat ke utanukig. March ekchinendagok oenongum kawit sinsagadek. Mitch keje bakinamang awe Barney. Matas ngandoya bimen chitasinsagadek. Chuin the magaweg keninwen anin in the mang. Oenongum gaunjama mobnanong. Dus keje pakinaman kewindas Barney kegon dek dus ko pakinaman me oenin Terry Fiddler dus because I'm from Sandy Lake First Nation and I usually say my prayers in my language. Ek chinendaman gabits ek kastoan kagizamina goyak chan Nishnawbe where kagimina goyak where skats and snow kewi noaga jibagtina mort tis nanon dagosiak mi ege ketotaman kina nakomena nongum gagasebaya kabiseguma mi gots sonia kamigo dego atik dotem kinak de jon besego meteo kina nakomego maneto nongum ke gots mi goen uma chibuitam siang manong maat kchegon gawit sinchagadek cheminogon daman ego get chiwichishang chagagita utagusyang ego get chagagita wendamang kinagego nongom gatas chagadek ugwege atsuka nag wetewa banang sawanang nagabianang kiwet nang kaganoenda moat noy mas kingaya batstoyak ugwege wasisag kawita bementa mitas sagagwets minan gewi no machbito ato swen chige no minop mat swen get chimine goyak ego ge and emam kwen mangito go emam nen mangito go ma kagopat seat kauni awat to de moan gasage awat ego ge weni makoma nongom Muzak maga kanigan skangawita magoik awe Adam Fiddler. Metamog ego geo the bench geon ego geo Lee Johnson. Awe ga kanagat kit awe kche Ennis Fiddler. Ewe shakagoch minan chakanoin matom skozi in jaminata geon chip mad swat geabits me shakagoch magon. Which ge kamshinwat kiwet nang kewinoa. Oega kai panegwat nongom kawaune awat kazage awat kewina bimatson chminata yonje bimatswat gabits miajaga gwets mina nongom kanawane mo kinna kazagengito dabnodish minanak nosnanak gobdagnanak ego geogwek chiag chaganain mata ega nandaga ishekashtua chisat wet kam chitana boats utaun young ego go skadzag maot kan matoat Chgegon gat ben me got cabits kewin wasaya tram the mot pesgo gisaganik Chiminoya wat me send man nongum gagishe bayak me watchkin manito in a nakomen and not tago and gabbets tweet the shang nongum me as a wetchman nongum gagishe bayak in a nakomen manito me watch.
Pointed towards me. I bid everybody a good morning. And I think the visuals are very good this morning. We have a group of young drummers, a next generation, and hearing them do the drumming and singing their song has been, it brings gladness to our hearts. And I thank you drummers very much for bringing that message to us. I think it's really good. I'd like to also acknowledge our Grand Chief for the work that he's doing. And also I'd like to acknowledge our new co-chair, Duke, from a different area, but is going to help us to be able to coordinate this meeting in a good way. But I'd like to remind you again of in listening in the last 3, 4 years, 5 years of working towards a better way of looking after our children. We will own the children. They're ours. It's our responsibility. And again, I tell you, watch, you don't lose the way you were taught. You will keep that well. And those words are the very foundation of us as a people, that we don't forget who we are, where we come from, and what our responsibilities are. And yesterday, I listened to the meeting quite carefully, listened to the words that you people spoke, and in a good way. And here's what I got out of that, just in a few short words. And I was wondering, I was just sitting there, how these matters, when we look at children's services, how these matters tear at the very fabric of our existence, what it does. And the other thing I was thinking about, our natural laws tells us to work together and use the wisdom of the elders and those around us. And we need to listen to the hidden voices of our land. We say that that's where we live, that's what we do, that's our upbringing, and there are voices there. And the thing is, we must take ownership of our actions. That's what it's calling us to do today, to take ownership of the actions that we've taken. And then someone mentioned that this process is on us. Our words need action. It's on us, so we have to do something. And the last thing that I wrote down for myself is just a reminder is not to let the process erode our confidence in decision-making processes, because we hear so much noise around us and we hear so much advice around us that sometimes it erodes our own way of thinking. Because as chiefs and as counselors and as leaders, it's on us. It is on us as elders, as people here, to do the job that we came here to do, to finish the job. And so having said all of that, I think as a people, we always believed, as I say, in a creator. And every time I come to some of these meetings, we're reminded constantly about creation. And a lot of us do our celebrations in different ways, but we are together. And so we'll move forward in the best way that we find possible with the people around us, our helpers. And then we will put our minds together on this day to see what future that we can build for the people we're serving. And so now we will begin that process. Miigwech. Lucy? Yep.
She's 6 months old. She was a very special gift. And I brought her toy. I brought her stuffed toy with me, so that her spirit, her spirit will be with us today, because this is all about our children. And I wanted to, in my ceremonies, when I conduct the ceremonies, I always include water and berries. And the reason why I bring water is that there's teachings about the water that I carry, and I present those at different gatherings. And the water is very important to us as human beings, the animals, the 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 winged creatures that fly, the eagles, the seagulls, all the birds that fly, the the four-legged creatures that live in the bush, and the fish in the lakes. But mostly our environment, our the environment that we live today, it's very sketchy, and we need prayers. We need more ceremonies like this to balance what's happening in our society, in our in our families. Water is very important, because water is the first water that mothers pass when babies are born. And all of us sitting here survived in water in our mother's wombs. And when we were born, the first water that they passed was this. And it's very important. I carry my mother's teachings. When my mother was still alive, and when we were growing up, I grew up in a Treaty 3 area, Shoal Lake 40. That's where I grew up. And my mother would send us out the first rainfall in the spring to go catch the rainwater. And then she would wash our hair with that rainwater. And what she said was that first rainfall in the spring, it cleanses the earth. It cleanses the toxins that were with us during the winter. All the sicknesses that we had, the cold, the flu, it washes away those toxins if we wash our hair with the rainwater, the first rainfall. And it also brings growth to our forests, to the fresh water, to the lakes. So this is why I always carry the water ceremony, and it's very important. And the berries, we're going to be passing them around, and berries are also a part of our ceremonies. In Sandy Lake First Nation, we have a ceremony every summer in August where we honor all the berries. It's called Wabanon. And we make medicines from our teachings, and we make medicines for the community. And each community member is encouraged to bring a container so they can drink that medicine. And we honor our pipes. The pipes come out in that ceremony. And then the food. As part of our culture, there's always food that we feast on. So that's part of our ceremony. And I wanted to bring this stuffed animal that her name is Khaleesi. Khaleesi Sweetgrass. That's her name. And the reason why I'm bringing this is the discussions that are going to be here the next 2 days regarding our children that were under care. And I think about my own grandchildren. They're not going to be eligible, but they should be under the terms that they they had to endure growing up. My daughter-in-law committed suicide 1997, and she left 4 kids. The oldest was 9, the youngest was 13 months old. And I looked after those kids for a short time until the leadership in our community advised that the other grandparents needed a reason to live too because they lost their daughter. So what we ended up, under the advice of the elders in our community, the baby went to the other grandmother. And the oldest, the 9-year-old, went to the other grandmother. We split them up. Me and my husband, we took in the 2 middle boys. They were 6 and 7. And we raised them. They never went under CFS. I consider that customary care. And that should be considered because there's lots of children, lots of grandparents that were placed under that responsibility of looking after grandchildren when they were orphans, you know. So that should be a consideration as part of the agreement, is for those kids that were orphaned and had to go under customary care. No documentation, just the grandparents taking responsibility of their children to avoid going to children's aid. That's what we did. Today, the 2 boys we raised are very respectable young men in our community. They're 33 years old, 33 and 32. They have their own families now, and I'm proud of them. And this is the reason why I brought this. We always say, little babies like my granddaughter, Khaleesi, what future does she have? What future does she have? Because the leadership sitting around this circle, I always say that you are the voices. We are the voices for our children, because they can't talk. They can't talk for themselves. We are the voices. We are the ones that should make sound decisions for our children. And that's the reason why I brought this. Her spirit is in here because she played with it already. And that's why I brought this this morning. I'm gonna end there and let my colleagues do their presentation too. Chimigoch, Kabizindoshik, Migoch.
Wachik. Good morning. My name is Lucy Longpeter, and my family is originally from up the James Bay coast, up towards Attawapskat First Nation. When we talk about customary care, that's what our grandparents, our great-grandparents did many years ago, because there was no child care system, no CAS. So it was up to the communities and the grandparents to watch over their grandchildren. I myself was raised by my grandparents, and you know, it's something that I'm so proud of, because it helped me keep my language. I didn't learn to speak English till I started grade 1 back in the day. And also I have 3 stepdaughters who lost their mother at a very young age. And they too were raised by their grandparents up in Moose Factory without any CAS involved. It was, the family decided that that was best for the girls to live with their grandparents. And what I remember about, a long time ago, we had tools, items that we used to raise our children, our babies, especially from the time they were born. And these items that we used help our babies grow in a healthy mind, spirit, and body, because they use what we call the moss bag. Today, you see, in the modern world today, you see different variations of bunting bags, which um, which came from our moss bag, and also different carriers, baby carriers and all that. And those also came from our way of living, teaching and caring for our babies, the Tikanagan. And also we didn't have any cribs, Weshkach. We had swings. That's what we used to have where our babies slept. And it wasn't only a place where our babies slept, the motion of the swing, from being in our bellies for 9 months. That's what they knew. So when they were born, that's where they slept automatically, was in those swings. So it kept on that, continuing that swaying motion of being in a safe environment. And we don't see that very much anymore. I have I had 3 children. I had all my children, I had them in those moss bags. I used the swing till they were a bit older, when they got older and they started moving around. So, those are valuable tools that we don't have anymore when we're when we have our babies. Because I truly believe that, when we see our babies now, there's so many health issues, and they don't have that continuum of care once they're born. And when I think of the children now, especially the ones that, that are becoming orphans, who's there to provide that continuum of care of these, these babies that are just, pure in mind and body, and then that spirit is broken when they lose their parents. So we have to, like Terry said, it's that we should have that um, traditional uh, caring and traditional continuum of care within our babies, to have that component in there. And when I think about orphans, we're we're losing mothers, young mothers, at a fast rate, not just in our territories, but all over the nation. And where do these kids go? Where do these babies go? They're going in care. And we have to protect our babies and our young children as they get older. They are our future. And we have to try to attempt at least to go back to the tools that we used when we had our babies. Because that's one thing I truly believe it. We didn't use them just for the sake of using them. They were actually tools, and that it taught our babies. There were teachings in those moss bags and cradle boards and swings, and that's why I find a lot of babies are very restless these days. But anyways, that's just a little bit of what I wanted to talk about, and hoping that, we can at least carry on a little bit of our tradition when we teach our young mothers to care for their babies and their young children. It would be big question.
Yeah, I only have one short story to tell you. I think it's wise for us to listen to these grandmothers and mothers that are sitting beside me here. And it just reinforces all our responsibilities in looking after our children. I was chair of a meeting, a national meeting. I was in, I think it was in Winnipeg at the time. And while I was chairing this meeting, one of our board of directors came to me, and she was from British Columbia. And she said to me, Barney, I gotta go home. I need to go home. And the second time that she said that, the tears started to come out. So I thought, oh boy, something's really bad here. And then she continued to speak to me. She said, my boy, his voice is changing. My boy's voice is changing. And if I don't take him to the mountains now, I will lose him. I need to go home. And when you think about that, I did send her home. We did find a flight for her to go right home. But that responsibility that she felt when the young man is changing his life now going into the future, she just had to go and take him to the mountains and talk to him. So when you think about that and all the other responsibilities that may exist amongst the different ways of working with children and youth, you think about that. We need to work really hard, I think, in order to be able to look after our kids. We will own those kids. We need to. And I'll leave it at that, but I think it's wise for us to listen to the grandmothers as they speak and tell us what their thoughts are and moving forward and pay homage to that way of talking. Migosh.
We're gonna come around with the fruit and this is part of our ceremony to celebrate the fruit that we have here, because it gives us nourishment to the spirit and to our body. That's the reason why we have the fruit here. Hmm? You can add more.
What do you need?
Start with this. You can sit down.
Okay. Here, they can sit down. They just told me, you sit there. So I guess I better listen.
Miigwech. Miigwech to the drum, to the elders for the beautiful opening ceremony, for the songs and the prayers and the teachings. Miigwech, for sharing all of this with all of us here this morning. So before we can officially begin our meeting, we need to adopt chairpersons to facilitate the meeting here today. As you may know, Adam Fiddler facilitates many of our assemblies, and he was planning to facilitate this meeting as well, and also for the Tuesday one trade meeting that's going to be held tomorrow. He called me early Friday morning, last Friday, to tell me that his father, Ennis, had passed away early that morning on Friday. And so we remember Adam and his family, and we also remember Ennis, and we're grateful for all the work that he did for our communities over so many years. And Ennis will be laid to rest in his beautiful community of Sandy Lake on Thursday. So, which meant that we had to find replacements for Adam. And we're grateful that two individuals stepped up to be considered as chairpersons for this assembly. And so we will introduce the motion 2504. Be it resolved that the chairpersons of the Nishnawbe Aski Nation Special Chiefs Assembly on the final agreement, February 25, 2025, shall be Duke Pelche and Youth Co-Chair Malcolm Charles. So I'll need a mover. Chief Cheryl. Saint Denis from Brunswick House. Seconder. Proxy list. Nishnawbe Aski. Miigwech for the mover and move to the mover and seconder. Any objections to the motion? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Miigwech, I will now turn it over to Malcolm and to Duke. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Anin. Malcolm Charles Nandishnakaz, Unugumi First Nation in Doji. My name is Malcolm Charles. I'm going to be the youth chair today, so it's a pleasure to be sitting with everyone here. I look forward to going over the day with Duke, and yeah, I'm excited to get everything rolling. And yeah, thank you. You betcha.
Miigwech Kinawea, Miigwech Gain Denam Awa Malcolm Gay and Adamaget. And now again in Gigo, Abdek, we Niwine Diskani Ayawaya, Nigan Wasagan Abagani Dishnakas, Mukondo dem, we quam Kongani Venjaba, and Agay, Miigwech Weak, Mampi Gimakanak Gay, Gikwejmigo, Mampi Winatamagia. So good morning, everyone. My name is Duke Pelche, and I've always been told by my mother and my grandmother to introduce myself in my own language because that's what was given to me. And I do know that some of you understand me because I understood almost every single word that your elder Terry Fiddler is speaking about in her ceremony. So Miigwech, it's good to hear our Nishnawbe language throughout the lands that we call Ontario, and especially in your Nishnawbe Aski Nation territories. So as I said, I am from Wequampong territory, and I'm thankful for being given the responsibility to fill in for Mr. Fiddler, and I do give my condolences to him and his family in their time at this moment. Hopefully, I can fill some of his shoes because he's done many assemblies, and I've been a participant sitting on your side of the table for many years as a chief in Wequampong for 10 years, and I'm now transitioned to helping out our people in different ways, and one of them is doing masters of ceremonies at large gatherings, and as well as continuing to help my own community with whatever they're asking of me to do. So this morning, we do want to give an update on your quorum. There are 18 in-person delegates, as well as 8 that are participating online, for a total of 26. So we'll keep you updated as we go on here this morning. And one of your first orders of business that I've been asked to do, along with my co-chair Malcolm, is to review and accept the rules of procedures. So as part of that, there's a draft resolution adopting the rules and procedures for the Special Chiefs Assembly. And it does say, be it resolved that the rules and procedures are adopted for the purposes of the Nishnawbe Aski Nation Special Chiefs Assembly on the final agreement on child and family services, February 25th, 2025. So we would require a mover and a seconder if there's no requirement for discussion. Is there a requirement for discussion on the rules? Chief, you move. You have a seconder. And, we have a chief seconding. I got to grab my glasses here. Chief Monias and Chief Rick Allen. Movers and seconders. Are there any objections? See none. Any abstentions? I don't see any. That motion is carried, adopting the rules and procedures. And now you gave me complete control of the meeting. Thank you. We also have our agenda. I'm going to go through your agenda. As you know, it is a special Chiefs Assembly for the specific purposes of considering the final agreement that has been negotiated on your behalf by not only your executive at the Nishnawbe Aski Nation, but also with the Chiefs of Ontario technicians. Apologies to those that are online. Was there any? I will be referring to the online participants also. Thanks for that reminder. So as far as our agenda that was been laid out and was handed out this morning, draft version 6 was at 9 a.m. Would you have the Walking Bear drum group that was joining us from Ganogaming. I want to thank them. An opening prayer by Barney Batiste, Elders Terry Fiddler, as well as Lucy Longpeter. 9:15, the call to order by the chairpersons. Review and acceptance and rules of procedures, review and acceptance of the draft agenda. 9:30 a.m., the opening address from the Deputy Grand Chiefs. Sorry if I refer to Grand Council. I come from the Nishnawbe Nation and its assemblies. But the Deputy Grand Chiefs, as well as the Grand Chief, will be providing some opening statements. And we'll also hear from Ashley Bach. And at 10 a.m., overview of Ontario final agreement and trilateral agreement on the 1965 agreement reform. And you'll be hearing from Julian Faulkner as well as Kennedy Ling. And we'll take a short break. We'll have an opportunity for questions and answers. We'll have an open discussion after lunch, and we'll deal with the resolutions at 2 p.m., followed by a closing, and we'll ask the drum to help us during the meeting for the day. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda. Oh, Chief,
Chief Cheryl St. Dennis, Brunswick County First Nation.
Chief Cheryl St. Denis. Do we have a seconder?
Sorry, Chief Merlin, Nishnawbe.
Okay, we have a seconder. Do we have any objections to the motion in adopting the agenda? Any abstentions? Are there any online? That motion is carried. All right, thank you, chiefs and delegates. We're gonna go, continue following the agenda here. And what we have now is some opening statements, and I'm gonna call upon Deputy Grand Chief Annabette Apnishkam.
Chair Miswa, good morning. First of all, I want to acknowledge the drum and the elders for the ceremony. And I also want to acknowledge our Oshkoshk Council who are observing, listening. And thank you for being here. Chimigwach Miswa gumakana magay kabiayak. And those online, thank you for being here. My name is Annabette Yachnibanashkam, and I come from a small community, Martin Falls. It's called Agoki Post. And I'm going to keep my comments very short. You know, each of us that are here, there is one thing that we have in common, and that each of us has a mother. When we were born, the very first emotion that we felt was love. Sagiwewin. That was the very thing, that was the very first emotion that we felt. And that is the emotion that brings us here today. Sagiwewin. For our people and our children. And as you go about your discussions today, just as you have in the past, that has been the foundation. You know, whether we're talking about asserting our rights as sovereign nations, asserting our rights and our role as a grandparent, a parent, an uncle, a community leader, it is because of love and Sagiwewin. Many of our children have suffered. Some of us have been through that system, and we saw and witnessed and were traumatized and hurt by the unjust system, because that policy and that existing system of the child welfare system was meant to continue the legacy of the Indian residential schools. There has been a lot of effort now to address that. Many of us have spoken out about it, and we have made those changes, but we still have a lot of work to do. We have this opportunity now to ensure that we continue. So I urge you, as you continue your discussions and your making your decisions, that you remember Sagiwewin, that you remember love. Ichimingwich everyone for being here. Watch it.
English Deputy Chief, and we'll ask Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse.
Bonjour, Wachier, Anin, Anin Bobby Narcisse, Nishnawbe. Good morning, everyone, chiefs and proxies, and I'd like to acknowledge the drum as well and the elders, the Shikadza Council and our women's group, the leadership, and also the staff that are here as well, and many of you joining online. It's great to see you here on this very momentous occasion. It's been quite the journey to get to this point. I know that I'd like to acknowledge a lot of the work that's been happening with our Chiefs Committee on Children, Youth, and Families. That's been guiding this work. Had the pleasure of being on this journey and being part of a team over many years to be part of this very important decision that we're making today. Also, I'd like to acknowledge our ORC that's here as well, and also his staff to witness our work here this morning, and to really acknowledge also the work of our staff as well, and also our legal team that has been working very tirelessly in negotiations with this file. It's been many years, and there's a lot of challenges, but I think this agreement really shows the fact of the tenacity of our leadership across Nishnawbe Aski Nation. We owe it to our community members, our children, youth, and families to really negotiate an agreement that will be very community-based, be led at the community level. And it also would follow the will of you, the leadership. And that's what we always hold dear in terms of when we're doing this work, is to ensure that it is our chiefs, it is you, that will make the decision, an informed decision as well, because these are the opportunities that we have to really ask questions on the FSA in terms of all the work that we'll be doing. I also like to acknowledge the work that we've done so far, and all the work that's happening within your communities. The advent of all the prevention work that's happening. Many of you have also started and implemented many of your band rep programs and initiatives, where you are servicing many of your community members wherever they may reside. And that movement from protection to more or less prevention, to look at more innovative ways to service your communities that are reflective of your culture, your language, in moving ahead. And we have to really celebrate a lot of those successes that are within your communities. And we need to continue to do that as well. Once this agreement is ratified, there's a lot of work that needs to happen in terms of an implementation plan, an implementation stage, where do we go from here? How do we support the First Nations in developing many of those initiatives? What this agreement will unfold. A lot of communities are looking to us as well, across the nation. Our team has been very instrumental in really bringing remoteness to the forefront with respect to any creation of programs and services that really affect our communities. Our team developed a remoteness quotient. And I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Chiefs Committee and our technical staff, especially the work of David Stiff and Marty Cook, and also in partnership with Indigenous Services Canada, that developed the RQ work that really looks at quantifying what it costs to really bring remoteness and services within our communities. This work is more important even so right now with the threats that's happening to our communities in our nation with respect to resource development and change in government. All these different things that we really need to take into consideration and walk together to identify these solutions and moving forward. So I'd just like to acknowledge the work that has been done, but also the fact that I look forward to working with you along with the executive and leadership and our staff to really identify those areas where we need to concentrate on to ensure that we do have a NAN-specific process in really developing many of these initiatives moving forward. So with that, I'd just like to welcome everyone, and I look forward to the discussions that's going to be happening today. And I'd like to thank you for giving me the honor to continue to serve Nishnawbe Aski Nation in this current capacity. So, Miigwech, and I'll turn it back to you, Chair. Miigwech.
All right, Miigwech, Deputy Chief Narcisse. I recall over 10 years ago where it was only Bobby and Julian talking about what remoteness quotient was. Trying to convince everybody to hear their views. It's good to see the work has been completed. Next up, we'd like to hear from Deputy Grand Chief Mike Matatawaban.
Miigwech, Wachik Mswe, Kino Gumakanak, Mr. Kino Kigo Kaistai, Mr. Wistown Kaistai, Mr. Mswe, Uniga Higumak, Mashkut Kabitsi, Tohtai, Shay Hawk, Mr. Kino, Hurta, Apachaganak. The Gonu Vitian, Apashish, Hega Ganashevi Amian. Kino, Kinanas Komagono, Kinanas Komitanan. Kino Kiabit, Shape Matatai Goma, Abatazon. Kino Kiabit, Hega Gueru Tamek, to show one stoi, Kagibet Gestano. Mr. Henogan, Saga Heaven, on the Mehe Tutamik. Kino Kiabit, Hega Castro Bahamag. Hega to show one stano winner. Miss Sway, Omagastres come in Canada. Hega to show one Shago Ragi, no Kiabit, Kino Stano. Egonama, Mr. Migues, Kinanas Komagono on the Mehe Tutamik. I just want to extend on behalf of the families, children, you, the chiefs of Nishnawbe Aski Nation, along with chiefs of Ontario, just want to extend our appreciation in saying that the job you are doing is very admirable and very appreciated for pushing forward, despite the fact that at the national level, this work was defeated. But yet you continue to move forward. You continue to move the agenda forward. And here we are today to pass a motion, to approve the motion, to accept. And I hope I hope that we can do that. I just want to acknowledge all the young mothers today who are in their recovery or who are working in their recovery to take the charge back, to take back the charge of their care, the care of their children, to look after their children. And together we can do it. Together with our support, we can help them. And with this work, that support will be greatly appreciated. So there are many things to be grateful for. There are many, many things to be grateful for in terms of what this means, what this work entails. But also moving forward, after we are done this week, the work begins at the community level. The discipline of our work staff at the band level, it will have to pick up, because dealing with the CAS agencies in the cities. That work never stops. That work is not a 9 to 5 job. It is a full-time job, 24 hours a day. So I hope the communities are prepared for that and are willing to take on that responsibility. So with that,
Chimigwech, Deputy Mike Matabawaban. Now I'd like to call upon Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler for some opening comments and remarks. Chimigwech.
Miigwech. Good morning, good now. Ikidyan nakumag mando kaisek ma sumandak sniak umagama chidonan guminez baksedmaek chui munsek chui sawandak wek kama chidonan. Begin guys kagiz kadamoswa dikchi hamak kago ne we would amak kshant kiwen mando chinigan saik. It's nakumagagi back in the yards. Was Skadzak Kagumina was Skadzak Mina Kchihak against the yards. I just want to again welcome all of you, the leadership, all the delegates that are here in this room, and also those that have joined us online. Thank you so much for being here. I know there's always things that are happening in our communities. So many things that you're expected to address and support your people in so many different areas, and so much loss. And so we think about those families that are grieving, that have lost their loved ones, that they are in our thoughts, in our prayers as we gather here today and tomorrow as well. It's been a 9-year journey for us since we applied for standing on this very important case. When you gave us that direction back in 2016 to try and get a seat at that table when I remember that meeting when that resolution was passed, directing the non-executive to seek standing on this very important case. And I'm grateful to all the parties who were already there for supporting our application, the Caring Society, the AFN, Chiefs of Ontario, that supported our application to be at this table, to be part of this very important process. And one of the reasons why I believe our leadership asked us or mandated us or directed us to be there is to ensure that the remote challenges of our communities are reflected in this agreement. And that is what we did. We made sure that there was work done at that table. In fact, we created a separate table called the Remoteness Quotient Table to ensure that there was work to actually figure out what is the true cost of delivering a service or a program, in this case, child welfare, to actually figure that out. That we've known for a long time that the old funding structures do not work, whether they're provincial or federal, that adding on 10% or 12% to a program as a remoteness factor does not come nearly enough to actually address the gaps that exist in our communities. And you may recall that in the summertime, in July, when we announced the national agreement back in Montreal, and the version that we shared with you reflected that work. And we all went to Calgary in October after you had ratified it here in Toronto at the NAN level and also at the Chiefs of Ontario level. We traveled to Calgary for the Assembly of First Nations gathering for the national vote. And unfortunately, the rest of the chiefs from other regions did not approve it for whatever reason. And I know that after that vote happened in Calgary, that there was a lot of frustration amongst our leadership, amongst our communities. But you did not give up. You gave us the encouragement to see if we can carry the work forward despite the loss, the vote that happened in Calgary. And so we picked up the pieces at that time. And we came back to you in November to seek a renewed mandate to pursue a NAN Ontario specific arrangement. And that is the work that you mandated us to do at the Assembly in Thunder Bay. And so there's been a lot of work that has been done by our team, guided by and supported by the Chiefs Committee, by the executive, by our staff, by our legal team, alongside with Chiefs of Ontario. And I just want to also acknowledge our regional chief who's here with us and his legal team and technical team. And into January, there were meetings that happened almost every day, including on weekends, to try to arrive at an agreement that would reflect and meet the mandate that you gave us back in November. And we believe we have. And that's the agreement that is in front of you. I just want to say that it's not a new agreement. It's essentially the same agreement that we had nationally, but during these negotiations that happened in December and January, we looked at making sure that the numbers, the funding levels that were reflected in the national agreement are reflected in this regional agreement. And in some cases, the numbers have gone up, and we made sure that over the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, that we spoke with every chief in the NAN territory, because it is important to us that along with your council, that you fully understand what this agreement means for your community, what this agreement means for your children and the families. Because when you are asked to vote on this agreement later today, and you will be asked again tomorrow at the COO meeting, that it should be an informed decision. That you, first of all, understand what this agreement means, and also what it represents. And we have tried our best to answer every question, but there will be more opportunity later on today on the agenda for you to ask more questions. I know that you have, and we will do our best to answer those questions. The final thing I will say is what I said in the summertime, what I said in the fall. That we acknowledge that there are still gaps in this agreement. That it is not a perfect agreement. And we acknowledge those gaps and those shortfalls. But the commitment that we make as a non-executive, and I'm sure this will be shared by our regional chief, is that we are committed to carrying on with the work. That if you make the decision today to ratify this agreement, and also tomorrow, once it's ratified, once it's implemented, that the work will not stop. That we need to carry on in addressing the gaps that we know will still be there, even after, if and when this agreement is ratified and implemented. And that is something that I know in your role as chiefs, that you also will be making that commitment, that we will need to carry on with the work. And so I would encourage you to ask any questions that you have later on today, and we will do our best to answer them. And again, I just want to say, Miigwech, I thank you for being here. I thank all our staff, our team that have worked so hard to be at this point where we are today. Miigwech.
Chimigwech, Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, for the opening remarks and the words of sincerity. At this time, I'd like to call up the Ontario Regional Chief, Abram Benedict, to come up and say a few words.
There you go. Good morning, Ani. Bonjour. For the opportunity this morning to address all of you. So great to see so many of you in this room. I want to acknowledge the drum this morning for the beautiful prayer that we had from our elders, as well as the ceremony and setting the tone that we have for today, as well as for tomorrow and the work that we have to do, that you have to do as leadership in our region. I want to acknowledge our chairs as well. Lift up former Ogima Peltier for helping out here. He'll be also facilitating tomorrow. I know that Adam has helped us out so much in so many of our forums, and I acknowledge the loss for his family and the so many families that are in loss and grieving. I know that Grand Chief Fiddler spoke about, the times, the challenging times. In fact, all of the members of your executive have spoken about that. Extremely important to acknowledge that. And so today we'll discuss, the reform that we have, and we've come so far. Well, that Grand Chief Fiddler has set a lot of context and the history that has come behind it. I want to acknowledge and uplift our technical folks that have been working so hard on getting this agreement to where it is today. And you'll remember we've had a long road on this, from the tribunal process to the ratification, and then to Calgary, at the national level, and then back here again. And so, as Grand Chief Fiddler has mentioned, one thing that's clear is that, we have a strong mandate from you, our chiefs in assembly, to advance this. Over the time that we've been discussing this, there's some common themes we've been hearing on this. And I know that, as Grand Chief Fiddler has mentioned, this is not a perfect agreement. It is a program reform of a program that's been impacting our children and families for decades. And I know that, as we've had these conversations, what's clear to me is that, the off-reserve component is a huge component as well. And we know that. That a number of our members of our communities, members of your communities, can't live in community for multiple reasons. And as leadership, You strive very hard to provide services and protect your community jurisdiction, but those members who are outside of your community are equally important. And I know that this agreement is something that it does fall short a bit for those folks outside of the community. There's another archaic agreement called the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement that talks about services to your members, to you. That's outdated, plays a huge part in this. And as Grand Chief Fiddler said, we're committed to advancing this. We're committed to bringing Ontario to the table to ensure that the 1965 agreement is modernized. Because as we look at this agreement, it's about reform to a child welfare system. CASs play an important role in the work that you do. I know that the relationships aren't always great. Many of you may not know is that I spent 9 years on the advocacy board called the Ontario Association of Children Aid Societies, OACAS, when I was a member of my council and then as the Grand Chief. That's an organization that now represents the 50 non-Indigenous agencies across Ontario. And there's 6 to 10 First Nation agencies. You know, those were times when they were talking about amalgamation, CPIN, shared services, you know, and I learned a lot during that time. I understood the relationship between those agencies and the First Nations and the challenges that exist. But also I learned a lot about an archaic system that's been around for 100 years in Ontario and has very entrenched colonial ways of operating and has various systems that are very large and for the most part supporting of their own. And so I know that as we look at the reform, you know, there's a huge component, and that is how do we work with our First Nation agencies, the agencies that support our children, our families, in advancing that. And so as we work through this process of negotiating our agreement now, I've had conversations with agency representatives and talked about those concerns that they have. Let's not forget that they are confined by colonial legislation. They are organizations, they are entities empowered by provincial legislation. It's not always a bad thing. And so as we walk through the part of reform and getting Ontario to the table, we will be calling upon those First Nation agencies, those non-Indigenous agencies to support us in true reform. Because what we need is Ontario legislation as well to be changed. Let's not forget that this program that we're talking about today is reform at the federal level. There's no national legislation that governs how children are protected other than your community jurisdiction. C-92 is an important part of reform, and an important part to ensuring that you're advancing your jurisdiction over your children no matter where they are. And that's outside the confines of the Indian Reserve. And so I want to commit to you that as we move forward, there's nothing more important to me than jurisdiction, the jurisdiction that you have, each and every one of you have as nation leaders. When I was the chief of Akwesasne, one of the things that was most important to us was the jurisdiction because of a necessity, but also to advance our jurisdiction, to advance our nationhood. So as your Ontario Regional Chief, as we walk through reform, I want to make sure that this administrative agreement that's reforming a program does not impede your jurisdiction, but advances it. It's a tool to advance your nationhood. It's a program. Jurisdiction, your jurisdiction does not come from colonial legislation. It comes from our inherent right, comes from our people, comes from our land, our sacred teachings. And so we embrace this reform and advance it so that we can extend those services to all of your children, all of our families, regardless of where they live. And so that is my commitment to you as we advance this. Ultimately, this decision is up to you whether or not we accept this. Regardless, I respect that, and we'll continue to advance, and support your nations however possible. So with that, I want to say miigwech, Yamagoa. It's so great to see so many of you. And I know that today there'll be lots of discussion, and we'll do it all again tomorrow, and I acknowledge you for that and say Yamagoa. So I look forward to today.
Chimigwech, Abram Benedict, it's very important, you know, those laws that, you know, we understand them and learn them and share them for our youth to come up because, you know, it's our life, right? So now I'd like to call upon Ashley Bach to come up and say a few words. Nagach.
Mishu Ashley Indigenikas, Femea Wigwasichuman Indigenikas, Migs Indodem, Mishigogamang and Donji. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley. I'm a member of Mishigogamang First Nation. I wanted to thank the drum for their song this morning and also the elders for their prayers and their ceremony and what they shared today, because I think that was really important to start us off in a good way. I also want to acknowledge the sacred items in the room and the flags and that were on the traditional territory of Mississaugas, Mwenda, and Haudenosaunee. And I also really want to thank all of you for being here, all the chiefs, proxies, the elders and women's and youth councils that are here, and all the observers too, as we discuss this really important topic. I can feel how much you care about our children, and I can also feel the hope in the room today. And it feels a lot different than last October in a much better and a really good way. And thank you to the regional chief and also the grand chief and deputy grand chiefs for sharing their remarks as well. I am going to try to keep this brief because I know we're behind schedule already. But I wanted to quickly share a little bit of my story again. I think I've met most people here, but just in case. So I remember Mish, my chief's over there, hi. And I didn't grow up there because I was taken into care from the hospital when I was born. Mish tried to bring me home, but them in Tikanagan didn't have enough child and family services resources that they needed to care for me. And that's why I ended up being adopted out into a non-Indigenous foster family, and who then adopted me in BC. And I know that there's lots of other youth from our nations and nations across Ontario who are in a similar situation, who end up being placed in care because their communities aren't able to care for them, and who end up far away from their homes and who aren't connected. I was at the youth gathering this weekend, at Nan's youth gathering, and we're talking about sharing our stories, and part of what came up was how important it is to know your culture and to know who you are and know where you're from, and to have that at your core for your well-being. We've been on a lot of ups and downs through this process on long-term reform, and especially the past 8 or 9 months. But I actually wanted to look back a little bit further for a second. So as many of you know, I'm a representative plaintiff for the AFN's class action on compensation, which is related to the discriminatory underfunding of child and family services and Jordan's principle. And that agreement is separate from this long-term reform agreement. But in 2020, when the plaintiffs and I gathered to file the class action, the thought that was at the front of our minds was that the system that caused harm in the first place, it was what really needed to be reformed and transformed. It needed to become something else that wasn't going to keep harming us and harming our siblings and harming our children. And again, the class action compensation is separate, but we knew that it would only do so much, and it would only just affirm that we'd experienced injustices and that this reform was needed. And as this national level, the firm national level agreement was being negotiated, we had a lot of hope. And that vote in October was really, really devastating to me. And I know it was really hard for the other rep plaintiffs too. It felt like our systems weren't going to change anytime soon. And like there was going to be another generation that was lost. And I commend everyone here in Ontario and the chiefs here for persevering through that vote and for endeavoring to come to Ontario-specific agreement on child and family services reform. This agreement that we're discussing today is an opportunity to make that transformative change that our communities need and that our children really need. And while the other regents aren't involved, we're leading the way for them to come to similar agreements with the government in the future. And I think that's important too. It's so important that this system is changed now so that we don't lose another generation. In October, I used the words once in a childhood to describe the agreement, and I think those words apply here too. Our children and grandchildren, our younger siblings, and some of our friends are growing older in this system every day, and they need that change. They need that transformation, that reform right now. And there's so many at risk of going into the system too. The elders today spoke about their children and their grandchildren who they cared for to keep them out of the system. And I know a lot of people are in similar situations too in our communities. There's prevention funding in the agreement that can help keep families together and keep kids out of the system. And that's so important for our nations and our futures. And with that, I wanted to say I know that everyone here cares so much about our children and the future of our nations. That's why we're all here today. And I'm so grateful for your presence and for all your good thoughts and all your intentions and dedication and support on this matter. Miigwech for your time.
Miigwech Ashley. I have one more speaker before we go have a short break, and then we'll go into we'll get set up for the presentation from your legal team. But I'd like to ask Tribal Chief Leo Friday from Mushkegowuk Council to come up and provide an opening statement.
English Chair, Mr. Marco Chair, Mametunili Miga Bish, Chalamutaman, Kaitentaman Estenia, Mr. Gateway, Gigishaman, Naspit Bigistan, Umagegon Ganuta, Kikishaman Nogucha, Kagi Michigatic, Kagiship, Egoanista. Kittiskuimenok kakiligwa bechiguta nakishkatuinik nistamaga awajishak kawitabimakok enakishkatuyak sikilisen animation agok nistamangistentin nistamaga kistelimoganige Itapachaganok Kaya Pichiguta Nistamut Utayamista Magyo Nistamaga Awa Kichiao Kaitad Matueskis Konek Utaino Nistagagyoshita Chipimbaletoyak Kipiagutu Sunino en estaba viejo cobarde. Egumamaga ma mitunentaman. Mitune pico. Nemikuskate entamigon. Tandia mueche. Kishika buemaga. Kishko masanotis unanoke. Una tabuegoyas. Eskonen nesituenten. Kawitastano umanas komitun. Nestagaitastik. Magasaguts. Kimushu menok. Mischetogi bechale mutamuk. Kegona chetipimbalitoya. Chigatana megiti gutikichugimo. Quizás pena titipenta megue. Nesta kashkitaegwe. Nesta nisitona megue dandisha na wakion embalitono. Kamin de no. Chipimbaltoek. Pichile loaski. Egona gaitistik. Egona meno misishik. Kaya kakiskisumikuya kak. Ninkishiamenanik. Nesta gino mashku dashije. Wina Gichuga Mo, Ibezi Tagushan, Missue, Kaishe Tanza, Elilwa, Eni Pennik. Wina Gindo Elmo, Chimasano Tesunja, Nascometoneno, Chivichiat, Chivichaga Bushtot, Epimbaleston Jutestown in you, Nestopematis Union. Egon Mamaga, Munasuka, Betin, Maga Begundishinitoten, Egagibatis Yan, Endostaman, Etiushiach, Putagachugamo, Kepimbalita, Walaitim, Ililwaski Kucha. Egwana, Cooperation, Kiapit, Kiugachugamamia, Kiskomas notisioke, Umanas Kumitun. Nagachastatao, Chikiligwaste kanto, Kina nano, Kichugamo, Kagi Ukimawe limitak, Egichugamaya, Kitaskimenano, Nesta Kitestamanano, Kepimbalestopan, Wina, Piegestawan, Missue, Pimbalitis Winam. Egumaga, Pigway gentleman, Mina Masters Gagituaban, Kisaspan, AFN, Nesta Ontario, Nesta Nishnawbe Aski, Masanotis Hotel. Egone Terjik, Geschiamak, Egona go Gechugamamiak. Egona Puku Kentomek, Isasper Male Palegue, Kagimas notice Vic, Muna Gechugamo, Kagetendomo, Wina Puguano, Cooperation, Ukimo, Egona Kibukechugamamia Nigandeke. I just wanted to say that I am very concerned about the agreement that we're talking about in the past many years. The program that is about to hand it over to us is something that we should very, very consider, especially to our elders, our women, our youth, of running their lives and their community and our families. I think it's important to really understand this agreement that is about to sign and about to deal with in the future. I am afraid because of the elders that taught us a lot, and our grandparents that taught us a lot about the treaty and about the government, how they shall work to try and demonize or water down our treaty in the future. Because who is going to sign this agreement? Is it AFN, Chiefs of Ontario, or the Nishnawbe Aski Nation? These are the things that we should think about if they sign it. Our elders say, and that's going to be your government. Not federal, not Ontario. It's the cooperation that you will be dealing with in the future. Because what you sign here will stay there and it's in that box where you'll be dealing all your problems. And if you had more, and if you need more money, you'll just go into your nowhere else, and the government will be just smiling and say, we give them all what they want, and they couldn't even administer their programs what we administered for them. Their programs was never enough. We tried and tried to ask for more, but there was never enough. And this package that we're about to sign, is it enough? Is that money enough to compensate children? I don't know how many in Ontario. I don't know how many in Nishnawbe Aski Nation. I don't know how much money there is in Ontario. What about the AFN? Imagine that. The money in that agreement that we're about to sign, is it included or not? If it's not, then we are okay. But if it's included, we are in trouble. Because $40,000 is a lot of money for one child. And imagine how many children there are. Is that money enough for us? $47 billion for the whole Canada? Is it enough? Think about it. I've been doing a lot of thinking about the number of children that went to CAS, Piaguteno, Family Services, and all those places that our children were cared for. I think for sure we're going to be in trouble. I think what my family and my grandparents understood back then when they created regional bodies was only to advocate for the communities, not advocate for that national office or Ontario office or non-office to grow bigger in the place where mayor and his council will make money out of us. And I think that's the way it's heading. Because our regional offices are in big cities like Toronto, Thunder Bay, Timmins, and all other places. Our people are paying rents, and every program that the government is giving to us, there is no money for construction. Is there money for construction for this agreement that we're about to sign, where we could keep our children if they're in trouble? Those are the things that bothers me. And I'm afraid, I just wish maybe we should ask for more questions, ask for more money, or ask the government to go to the First Nations like when you begin dealing with our people. Go visit the chief in Saskatchewan and talk to him what he needs. Those kind of things. We have a lot of children in custody, and we have a lot of children that were taken away from us through Biaguteno and CAS. These are the things that we should consider. But I just wanted to caution you to be aware and make sure that we're doing the right thing. English.
Yeah. How big some children?
Yeah, miigwech, Grand Chief. Friday, it's good to see him back. Some of you may have heard before Christmas that he was on a bit of a health leave to recover, and it's good to have him back. And just to clarify, some of his comments touched on the compensation agreement, the process, which will be opening up, I believe, in March the 10th. And this is a separate process from the FSA. The compensation package is specifically for those children that were harmed, that were in the child welfare system, including our own daughter, who is now 24 years old, who was as a baby went through the child welfare system. And there are many children, adults in our communities that will qualify for this compensation package that will open up in 2 weeks. And we will also, as I said, we are not directly involved. We were not involved in the negotiation of that agreement, but we will make sure that there are supports in place for individuals like our daughter Jace and others to ensure that there are supports for them as they go through this important process. So just for your information, that there is a website, and I believe, again, it's Deloitte that has been hired by the parties to administer the payments, and they've hired an individual in our area in the north to help facilitate the process. His name is Corey Meekus, and I believe there's a website as well that they've set up for people to go to for further information. So miigwech, Grand Chief Friday, for those comments.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. Yeah, that agreement does open up on March 10th, the application process, and there is information there on the first fnchildclaims.ca. The application is being supported by navigators, as mentioned by Grand Chief, who've been hired across the country to support individuals that will be applying for $40,000, and with the possibility of having enhancements if there's enough money available for that process. But that's some other work I do. But I want to help out with a little bit of the information. But we wanted to take a short break before and get set up for the presentation from your legal team and you're going to hear more about the details of the agreement that's being proposed for your consideration. So we'll return back at 11:30. So we'll start back up at 11:30 with the presentation from Julian Faulkner and Kennedy Ling. So we're just about concluding our 10-minute break. Gonna get started shortly and go make a quick announcement in the other room there. All right, delegates, we're going to return back to our agenda here and recommence our discussions. And as part of this morning's program, we wanted to allow some time for your legal counsel, Julian Faulkner, as well as Kennedy Ling, to provide an overview of the Ontario Final Agreement and the trilateral agreement on the 1965 agreement reforms. So I'd like to welcome up Kennedy Ling to lead us into that presentation. And I would ask that you hold your questions until after lunch. So write your questions down and you have an opportunity to talk to your other delegates and then bring those questions forward after lunch. So we're going to go through the presentation, then take a lunch break. Kennedy?
Hello, everyone. I see some of you are back from your break so far. I'm going to try and just quickly go through this. I know we're a bit behind schedule and we've talked a lot about this, but I do just want to make sure we highlight the changes that we've had to make to the agreement from the national version to this regional version so everyone is aware. So first, I would just like to say hi to all of you. I'm really happy to see all of you today and to thank the elders as well as the leadership, the NAN executive and the Ontario Regional Chief and Grand Chief Friday for their comments this morning. And I also wanted to specifically acknowledge that Barney was a large part of these negotiations on this journey with us. He attended a lot of long sessions, long weeks in boardrooms, and he supported a lot of this work. So it's good that he's here with us today. So we're just going to take you through quickly. I won't do a full background on sort of how we got to the national agreement. That's something that we've spoken quite at length about, but I do just want to touch on the timeline of what has happened since we reached that $47.8 billion agreement in July in Montreal until the end of January when we reached this Ontario final agreement. We'll also talk about Canada's mandate when they entered into these negotiations with us on an Ontario regional agreement. And then I'll speak about the new Ontario final agreement, the trilateral agreement, which is about the reform of the 1965 agreement, as well as off-reserve funding for FNRS or band rep services. Julian will then speak about honor of the crown and next steps. So as many of you will recall, a lot of you were there in Montreal at the AFN Annual General Assembly last summer. NANCU, AFN in Canada announced that we had concluded negotiations on a national final settlement agreement. And that was that $47.8 billion agreement that we then did engagement on throughout the summer and early fall. That was the agreement that was presented to both the NAN Chiefs in Assembly and the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly in October of last year at the Chelsea. Both NAN Chiefs in Assembly and Ontario Chiefs in Assembly voted to ratify that agreement and accept that agreement moving forward with the process. A few weeks after that, we all traveled to Calgary to vote on that agreement at the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly at the national level. And I heard many of you in the room now actually speak about the benefits of this agreement and how its impacts could be positive in your communities. However, it was rejected at the national level, and that sort of led into this process we're here now. So following that vote in Calgary, I, along with, I think, the entirety of the NAN executive, received many calls and emails and texts from the NAN leadership asking how we can sort of salvage what Ontario's portion of that national agreement would be. So in November at the Coos Fall Chiefs Assembly, there was a resolution that directed a regional agreement be pursued. In December, it was actually the day before Christmas Eve, the minister contacted Coos and NAN and informed us that they had received a mandate to negotiate an Ontario-specific agreement, Ontario's carve-out of that national $47.8 billion agreement. Pretty much right away, we got to work on that. Primarily in January, we really sat together for the whole month and worked on modifying the agreement that you have now. Early January, when we had just started our discussions, Canada had communicated to the AFN and the Caring Society that they would not be renegotiating on a national level. They wouldn't be re-engaging with either of the national parties to modify the national agreement, and they only had a mandate to work on Ontario-specific reform. So like I said, despite finalizing a draft copy of the national agreement in July and it being approved by the Chiefs of NAN and the Chiefs of Coos, it needed to be approved by all the parties to the agreement in order to proceed. So as I said, the AFN First Nations in Assembly did reject the draft FSA on October 19th. And they then passed various other resolutions. And what those resolutions called on, among other things, was to substantially change Canada's negotiation mandate, for Canada to commit substantially more funding, as well as to have the Human Rights Tribunal retain its jurisdiction over the complaint. It also set out a process for how the AFN was to establish a new national committee that would work on negotiating a new national agreement that right now isn't happening. So like I said, following the national rejection of that agreement, leadership across Ontario really voiced their strong desire to continue pursuing Ontario's share of that agreement. And I'll have Julian speak to this slide.
Miigwech Kennedy and chiefs and proxies. My name is Julian Faulkner, and it's along with my team. Jordan Tully and David Schwartz that are over there. It's an honor to assist today. I want to acknowledge the drums and the sacred items. I want to acknowledge the elders and the Women's Council. And I simply say that every day that we provide support or advice to you, chiefs, is an honor for us to do this work and a humbling experience. The agreement that was rejected in Alberta is essentially reappearing here before you in regional form. And that's important because it means that the agreement itself is, for the most part, no better, and for the most part, no worse, right, than what you originally debated dating back to August of last year, again in the fall. When the Caring Society led the opposition on behalf of agencies to the FSA, it became crystal clear that they were counting on a new negotiation position being advanced by Canada, that they were counting on more money, and they were counting on substantively more reforms. And they were basically saying, and took the position in Calgary in October, that there's a better deal out there. You just need to hold on, there's a better deal. Well, that better deal has not materialized, as Kennedy observed. And I want to emphasize that as recently as a few days ago, the organization that the Caring Society is involved with at AFN, the NCCC, the National Children's Chiefs Commission, has just written Canada and say they're now saying they're content with the amount of money that was offered before. So it's obvious they're trying to get Canada back to the table, and Canada so far has rejected that. But what you have before you is an opportunity I would respectfully offer, and you'll decide whether it's good enough or not. But you have an opportunity to accept what the rest of the country rejected. And I want to emphasize that when it became known that Canada was taking the steps it did to negotiate the regional agreement, on January 14th, the Caring Society filed a motion at the CHRT, and they cited Canada's legal obligation to consult, and they actually sought an order that the Caring Society be consulted on the negotiations on your behalf. That is, they sought an order from the tribunal that the Caring Society be consulted on the Ontario Final Agreement negotiations. A joint statement was issued by the Chiefs of Ontario and NAN. Grand Chief Benedict and Grand Chief Fiddler issued public statements expressing their disappointment and displeasure at the Caring Society's efforts. And shortly thereafter, the Caring Society withdrew the motion. I emphasize this to make the point that there is an opportunity, and it's not a legal question, there is an opportunity for the chiefs to be heard about you engaging in your process without interference by outsiders.
I'm just going to touch on what is in the new Ontario agreement and highlight some of the changes that we had to make in order to modify the national agreement. So like Julian said, it's not a brand new agreement. We didn't over the last 4 weeks come to a brand new settlement. The agreement was modified, and the provisions specifically that needed to be modified were ones that needed to be regionalized. So that were typically or previously national in scope. that had to apply in Ontario only. So the agreement commits $8.5 billion to reform the First Nations Child and Family Services program in Ontario. It protects a lot of the important gains that were found in the national agreement and that I heard many of you speak about both at the NAN-CU and AFN assemblies in the fall, including the increased prevention funding to First Nations to deliver their own prevention programming. So there's a shift towards more of the prevention funding that right now is shared between agencies and First Nations to go directly to First Nations to deliver their own prevention services, as well as with the opportunity that First Nations can elect to take on all of their prevention dollars if they would like to deliver all of their prevention programming. It also keeps those increased accountability mechanisms that we created to ensure that agencies are more accountable to the First Nations that they serve. So that includes the child and community well-being plans that agencies have to work on with their First Nations, where First Nations have to tell their agencies their priorities and what they want them to do. Also, where agencies have to report to First Nations on how they're making those priorities work, as well as indicators on children of those communities that they have in their care. The new remoteness adjustment funding, so the RQ adjustment funding that NAN has been working on since 2017, has been secured in this agreement. There was no changes to the remoteness adjustment funding from the national agreement. It also continues to create a floor for funding for First Nations who are either now working on asserting their own jurisdiction and creating their own laws in child welfare, or who will want to over the course of this agreement. So what that means is if you go forward and you're negotiating your coordination agreements, Canada won't be able to offer you any less funding than you would be entitled to under the program in this agreement. Right now, they can offer whatever they would like, but if the agreement goes through, they would have to, at minimum, ensure that you get what you'd be entitled to under this agreement. It also continues to have an accessible dispute resolution process that can be accessed by First Nations themselves as well as their service providers. So I do want to say that because this isn't a brand new agreement, some of the weaknesses that were identified here from the national FSA do remain. So the Ontario Final Agreement continues to address the complaint at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which was about how on-reserve services were not equitable to the services that children were receiving off reserve. So this agreement continues. It doesn't address the inequalities now that children would perhaps be facing who are living off reserve with the improvements to the on-reserve program. So that would need to be dealt with through a separate stream and a separate avenue. And I just want to be upfront and say that, that just because we have a new Ontario Final Agreement, it doesn't mean that it's addressed all of the concerns that were raised in the previous national agreement. However, during our engagement with leadership in the summer leading into the October votes, we were advised quite strongly, I would say, that there was an issue with the reference year upon which your band representative services funding was based on. So it was originally intended that your funding you would receive for band rep services was based on your funding you received between 2019-2020 and 2022-23. It was very strongly recommended to us that it would be better and more beneficial for First Nations if that was expanded to be until 2023-24. And after sort of much discussion at the negotiation table, ISK did agree to expand that year. So now band rep funding is based on your highest year of funding received between 2019-2020 and 2023-24. So that was a modification that didn't need to be changed to regionalize the agreement, but it was a large piece of feedback we received during our engagements that we were glad we could have modified. So I do just want to touch on, I handed out most of your financial profiles. I think most of you have seen them. I also have printed copies if you didn't get one. But I thought I would just take a few minutes to sort of explain what they say and give some context to what those funding streams are for. So each First Nation who's eligible to receive the program will have received their community-specific financial information, and that highlights how much funding you would receive if the agreement is ratified and approved by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So if you look at your sheet, in the blue box in the middle, you'll see your total FNCFS program funding for 2026-2027. So that's the total funding amount you would receive annually under the agreement, save for adjustments to population and inflation for the term of the agreement. So you would get this number annually until 2034. The total below that, so this represents a blank increase to your First Nations total funding. So that's what amount your funding is increasing from what you're getting right now. So right now, what you're receiving without an agreement in 24-25 will increase by this much under what you would get under the agreement. There's also dedicated funding for housing, and this funding for housing will be allocated between 24-25. I don't believe it's been sent out for this year yet, or it may just be being put into funding agreements now. But between 24-25 until 27-28. So that's the total housing funding you'll see in that box right there. That housing funding is intended to be used for the purchase, construction, or renovation of housing units for the purposes of preventing children from being taken into care, as well as supporting reunification where housing may be a barrier to that. This housing funding, I just want to clarify, it's not intended to replace any existing housing funding agreements you have. It's an additional housing amount that was negotiated for in this agreement. You'll then see at the top of your program funding a number for prevention funding. So the total at the top of that page is a First Nation share of prevention funding that is shared with your agency. The prevention funding that you'll see down below under the agency's funding can also be directed to First Nations if they provide written notice to change the allocation or elect on how they would like to change their allocation. Prevention funding can be used for activities, this is from the terms and conditions, activities that promote healthy families and child development, enhance protective factors at a community level, and address structural drivers that lead children to come into contact with the child welfare system. So things like community-based prevention. Some examples could be cultural and recreational activities for children, parent education programs, and after-hour services. We'll then look at the post-majority support services funding, which is intended to support youth up to the age of 26 who have aged out of care. So it's intended to assist them in transitioning sort of to adulthood as they come out of care. So it's quite broad what this funding can be used for to support those youth, but some examples could be livable basic income for the youth, rent and rent subsidies, moving costs, professional development, education costs, skills training, as well as direct services and supports not covered by NIHB, diagnostic testing and assessments. You'll then see your First Nation representative services funding, and this is your BANREP funding for your on-reserve programming. So the funding activities this funding could be used for include, from the terms and conditions, serving as the main liaison between First Nations and their agencies, participating in the development of a child's plan of care, and serving as the point of contact when receiving and responding to notices. I do understand as well many BANREP programs deliver prevention services, or that's sort of the conduit to who delivers prevention services in the communities. There's then the top-ups, IT results, emergency and household supports, which are funding to support with IT needs to deliver services under the program, funding to support implementing the reporting requirements under the program, funding to support responding to emergencies or unanticipated circumstances that may affect how you're delivering services under the program, as well as household supports, which are to support meeting basic needs of families. Finally, as we've discussed, there's the remoteness adjustment funding amount. So that dollar amount reflects your remoteness adjustment. So it applies to all of the funding streams. So all of those funding streams are upwardly adjusted by your RQ percentage to account for the increased costs for remoteness. And then eligible funding expenditures for any area of the program can also include things like salaries, benefits, and costs related to supporting recruitment, training or professional development, consultants, qualified professionals, legal fees, insurance, variety of other things. So I also wanted to touch on the funding mechanism or the way the funding will flow. It will allow for First Nations to redirect any of the funding under any of the streams I just discussed to any of the other streams. So as an example, if you wanted to allocate a portion of your prevention funding to your BANDRAP program or to your post-majority support services program, you can do that. It can all be redirected within the program in order to allow for people to put the funding where they most need to do so. It also permits the carry forward of unexpended funding to the following year, as long as that fiscal year is within the term of the funding agreement. And if necessary, ISC will extend the term of that funding agreement, so you're able to carry forward unexpended funds throughout the course of the agreement. Also, if you currently have unexpended funding, so if you currently have extra dollars that you haven't yet spent, prior to the beginning of this agreement, Canada will amend the funding agreements to allow for you to carry that money forward into the agreement. I also want to touch on, so this is new text in the agreement. There will be dedicated funding for COO and NAN to support the implementation of the Ontario Final Agreement. So NAN and COO have responsibilities as parties to this agreement in supporting its implementation. And we laid out those dollar figures right in the agreement, whereas previously they would typically just be in private contribution agreements with the organizations, but they were included because we wanted to be transparent about the funding the organizations would receive. And that funding is to support things like staff positions to ensure that work necessary to the implementation can be done. Implementation related research, so seeing how the progress of the program is going, hosting engagements and sessions with the leadership, as well as legal fees. So here we come into where things sort of really had to be modified, was the governance structures. So you may recall that in the national agreement, there was what was called a Reform Implementation Committee. So in the national agreement, it was contemplated that that committee would be comprised of representatives from the parties, and it would be responsible for overseeing the implementation of the agreement and monitoring how it's going. We've had to change this into an Ontario Regional Implementation Committee, but it'll have the same role and responsibilities as the committee in the national agreement. It will just have a different composition. So instead of being just composed of the parties, it will be comprised of one member each appointed by NAN, COO, and Canada, and then 5 members will be appointed by the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly, one of whom will be a former Youth in Care. There was also a National Data Secretariat that was contemplated in the national agreement that had to be scaled down to have one Ontario-specific data secretariat. They'll support data collection and analysis related to the effectiveness of the program. So they will be able to monitor changes in data trends and report to the Reform Implementation Committee on how effective the program has been in meeting its objectives. And I'll hand it over to Julian for a few slides.
Thank you, Kennedy. The thing I wanted to first communicate as you're hearing about the contents of this agreement is, just as we offered before, it should sound familiar. The strengths and the weaknesses, it should sound familiar. It's what you heard about before. But I have this observation to make as a negotiator, and you'll forgive me. It's not as much as a lawyer, but it is as a negotiator, much like Kennedy has been throughout this process, where technicians sent in with a mandate to bring it back to you for decision. And as a negotiator, I simply make respectfully this observation. It is nothing short of miraculous that we are back in front of you with a regional deal that fast. In other words, Canada, in collaboration with Chiefs of Ontario and NAN, turned on what is a dime for them. Like, they just don't move this quickly, usually, honestly. And so this opportunity that you'll decide if it's worthwhile, of course, is pretty unique. It's pretty unique. And others across the country are finding out that it's not available to them. And that, obviously, one takes no comfort in that. I'm just simply observing that, and I say this as your negotiator, and I say this with the greatest respect, there's not going to be another kick at the can. This government is going to fall very shortly. No one has to be a genius in political analysis to know that. And one also knows that in the days leading up to the fall of a government, the bureaucrats freeze, right? Caretaker mode doesn't describe the level of freezing. They freeze. There will be nothing new. So you will decide, of course, whether this agreement is satisfactory to you. But I respectfully offer this as a negotiator, there will not be another one. There will not be another elevated agreement. And so it's not ideal in the sense that, you know, the deficiencies you see here, we don't have a solution to fix them for tomorrow, because there is not a tomorrow in these negotiations, I say respectfully. And I feel like I have to share that opinion with you as a negotiator. It's just an opinion. I'm human. I could be dead wrong, but I don't think there's another tomorrow. It was miraculous that Grand Chief Fiddler and Grand Chief Benedict were able to work with Minister Haidu and bring this to you. And it was a partnership. I must tell you, it was also a partnership with the law firms. OKT did, led by Maggie Wente, honestly quarterbacked this and did a ton of heavy lifting. And that it's here before you is a surprise to me, a person of 34 years in experience. It's a surprise to me that it got pulled off, whether you reject the agreement or not. And that's the problem. There's really not another one sitting out there. That's the problem. What is the good news on the remoteness adjustments, and I'm just going to remind you what you first learned about in July and August, is that the remoteness adjustments on average in NAN territory, depending on how you choose to count it, is anywhere from 98, on average, is 98% to 101% an adjustment. That is the indexing in order to account for the challenges faced by communities, and maybe it's still not enough, but in order to account for the challenges faced by communities in NAN territory, the average adjustment is a 98 to 101% adjustment. Obviously, do you remember the Casino Rama formula, 10%? Right? Obviously, you've come a long way with these offers. There are some communities in NAN territory that are receiving adjustments upwards of 120%. So that part of the agreement has been preserved. And might I add, you know, for posterity's sake, just so it's clear, there were significant adjustments available to other communities across the country. It wasn't a NAN thing. It was a remote community issue. So there were remote communities in northern Manitoba that certainly would have received, if the agreement had been accepted nationally, those kinds of adjustments as well. the way that the remoteness data collection and the study of remoteness and research going forward is going to happen has to be necessarily modified to take into account that it's a regional deal now. So I'm at page 14 of the slides, and you'll see that, first of all, in changing to a regional agreement, some of the governance pieces by definition had to change. At the negotiation table with Canada, and honestly, Nan led the way on the remoteness discussions, it became clear that what was in the national deal, the idea of a National Assembly on Remote Communities, well, that disappeared with the loss of a national agreement. So the NAN Canada RQ table, which was also provided for in the national agreement, was really elevated in terms of its functions. And so the NAN Canada RQ table has become an anchor for the collaboration with Canada. It has become an anchor for the collaboration with Canada in the reaching out and development of data, but also in the establishment of the Remoteness Secretariat. And that's the good news. And you'll see this in the next page, page 15. You'll recall the creation of a Remoteness Secretariat that was intended to be a center of expertise on impacts of remoteness, data collection, all of the things. You know, I remember Chief Batiste speaking to this. I think we were in Edmonton. That's my memory, the National Assembly of Remote Communities meeting, or it could have been Saskatoon. But speaking to the importance of the data, getting the data and proving the numbers on the challenges. Well, the good news is that that secretariat has been preserved regionally, and it will be established through the collaboration of NAN and Canada at the NAN Canada RQ table. So that's something. In other words, you've assumed the mantle that you've had all along leading the studies on remoteness. And because of the rejection of the national FSA, NAN is taking on the role solely. But, and I want to emphasize the but, and I want to just pull some wording that I want to read to you. At page 16 of the PowerPoint, paragraph 94 of the agreement has words that Grand Chief Fiddler wanted to make sure appeared in the agreement. Notwithstanding the Ontario application of this agreement, the parties recognize that research and collaboration with remote communities as well as organizations, nationally and internationally, I'm at page 16, may be utilized by the parties to ensure evidence-based best practices are derived to address issues of remoteness in Ontario. So NAN's role in working with communities across the country is recognized and preserved. All intended to send a message to communities in similar circumstances across the country that NAN's not in any way turning its back, right? That forced to arrive at a regional deal because of the rejection of the national deal, NAN's still very open to any collaborations that are possible. But what you'll see at page 15, just back up a page, sorry to drive the page people crazy, but they gave me a box, but we all know if I start using the box, I'll end up getting a hockey game or something on the screen. So I'm not going to touch the box. But at page 15, we do point out that one of the realities is that the National Assembly of Remote Communities that was provided for in a national agreement does not have a role in a regional agreement because of its national status. So that funding that existed under the FSA, that's gone. And so NAN takes on the role that it must regionally. But there is no National Assembly of Remote Communities provided for in this agreement. Moving from the remoteness piece, the remoteness governance, I want to speak briefly about the effective dates of the agreement, because this is what I consider to be a significant modification, really taking into account that we'll have essentially lost a year. So it becomes basically a 9-year deal, but there's something else here, and that is the effective date of the agreement. The effective date of the agreement is now tied to, in legal circles, we use the word exhaustion of appeal and application remedies. The easier way to say it is, Canada has taken the position that until the parties, and they're thinking of AFN and Caring Society, until they have fully done their kicks at the can to challenge your deal, there's no deal. So in essence, Canada is saying it is for the First Nations to settle their issues, to settle with the other parties and make sure the other parties have exhausted all their remedies for challenging your agreement before the agreement will take effect. And I'm emphasizing that, of course, because, as I mentioned before, previously when speaking to the issue of the Caring Society motion to consult on your table, you are vulnerable to delays due to the actions of others. And, you know, they're parties to the tribunal proceedings. To be fair, AFN and Caring Society are parties to a tribunal. You are required to go to the tribunal to ask the tribunal to give their blessing to this agreement, if you so decide that you wish this agreement to go forward. The process involves going to the tribunal and saying, NAN chiefs have spoken, Chiefs of Ontario has spoken, we want this deal. Canada and NAN and COO go to the tribunal and say, give it your blessing. That's all fine. But Caring Society has the option of challenging it. And if they do, Canada's position is, and the agreement provides, that until that's all done, the agreement doesn't take effect. It's one thing to talk about what could happen in front of the tribunal, but please understand, if the Caring Society were unhappy with what the tribunal said or did, they could then appeal or judicially review it. So this stands, in my view, as a point of vulnerability in terms of the process, that there is a delay in the effective date of the agreement, and it's in part a function of whether outsiders choose to interfere in your agreement. At page 18, we point out something that, you know, became a lightning rod, to be honest, to people. There was a provision calling for, in the old agreement, in the FSA, there was a provision calling for the parties to speak in favor of the agreement publicly. It's not an entirely unusual provision. It appears when parties make a deal, they say, okay, well, we're all agreed, we're going to support it. Well, that was like a red flag to a bull. It attracted all kinds of trouble. So it's not in this agreement. There's no provision that says we're going to cheerlead together on this thing. So that's gone. All the language now says is that NAN and COO will take the agreement to leadership for ratification, and if ratified, take it to the tribunal for approval, nothing else. All right? And so, you know, one of those criticisms is no longer. At page 19 of the PowerPoint, we discuss the ADR mechanism. And before I launch into this, and I won't put everybody to sleep by spending a lot of time on detail, all right? But I start with this observation. The significance of this page is what is not said here. And what is not said on this page is the tribunal is no longer available to resolve your disputes with Canada in this area. That's the deal, right? When you settle with a defendant in any case, I'm just talking as a lawyer. I know that makes me less popular. But When you settle with the defendant, what the defendant gets is the case is over, right? That's how it works. Now, the Caring Society doesn't like that. They say, no, we want we want Canada to make a deal, but we want Canada to be subject to tribunal orders and continue to be. And those of us who are negotiating the agreement gave you the recommendation, well, that makes no sense. Canada's not going to make that deal. And of course, Canada didn't. So in place of the tribunal, as a replacement for the tribunal being available, the agreement contemplates an ADR process, what we call an alternative dispute resolution mechanism. All right? So now when you don't get along, there is another process available for which you can get orders against Canada that they'll be bound by. Does that make sense? And that's called ADR. Now, the person who did the heavy lifting on this is Miss Wendy, sitting right over there for OKT. They did a great job on it. And what I want to emphasize about this piece is that because it was regional, we were able to take advantage of the Arbitration Act provincially. It's just a mechanism. This is all legal technical stuff. But because it's regional and provincial, there was existing provincial legislation that became useful to the parties. So Canada, Coup and Nan came to a deal on the application of the Arbitration Act. But what you'll notice on page 19 is the same things that were the subject of ADR before in the FSA remain the subject of ADR now at page 19. And so what you're seeing is if there's a dispute in these areas, no, you don't go back to the tribunal because you made a deal, you settled the case. But yes, you have a way to get orders against Canada. All right? So I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague, Kennedy.
Thanks. So I'll just go over these two slides quickly. I'm sure everyone is getting hungry. So I wanted to talk about the trilateral agreement between NAN, Coup, and Canada, which talks about reforming the 1965 agreement. So what the trilateral agreement isn't is it's not a reformed 1965 agreement. It's essentially a work plan and a plan for how we will try to reform the 1965 agreement, which requires Ontario's participation. So in August of 2023 at Kiwewin, there was a resolution passed by the chiefs that directed the NAN executive to have NAN assert its right to have a seat at the renegotiation of the 1965 agreement alongside Coup, not just as a region of Coup. And that is part of what this trilateral agreement does. So it recognizes NAN as a full party to the renegotiation of that agreement when we hopefully soon get to that stage to reforming the 1965 agreement. So like I said, it details how we will work together to achieve comprehensive reform of the 1965 agreement. So the only reforms that were ordered by the tribunal were with regards to the Child and Family Services portion of the 1965 agreement. However, what the trilateral contemplates is the whole-scale reform of all the sectors, including Ontario Works, homemakers, and daycares alongside Child and Family Services. So it contains the following commitments: that we will create a work plan outlining how to reach out to the Government of Ontario, as well as it identifies substantive subjects for discussion in that work plan. It also provides funding to Coup and NAN to carry out activities set out in the work plan, such as engagement with leadership and things. Canada will take the position that Coup and NAN be given the opportunity to fully participate in discussions with Canada and Ontario. So a longstanding criticism of the 1965 agreement is that it was negotiated just among Canada and Ontario. There was no input, there was no consultation from First Nations. We have gotten Canada to commit that they will take the position that Coup and NAN be given the opportunity to fully participate in those negotiations this time around. Canada will also make best efforts to reach a reformed 1965 agreement by March 31st, 2027. And if that doesn't happen, we'll discuss next steps with Coup and NAN. So if Ontario doesn't come to the table, there's options for us on next steps. We also were able to secure a commitment until March 31st, 2027, that the off-reserve band rep funding that you currently access through actuals will continue. So that funding right now comes from Jordan's Principle. But for those of you who apply for it, know that you don't apply through Jordan's Principle. You apply through a claims process very similar to the on-reserve actuals claims. It's not getting stuck in the Jordan's Principle backlog. It's a much better process. However, right now, there is no commitment for it to continue. ISC has committed to at least March 31st, 2027, and the funding and process for after that is to be negotiated and discussed. And I'll hand it back over to Julian.
So this slide, slide 22 is missing the exact date of the judgment, which is why I texted Jordan, but she hasn't noticed I texted her yet. She's looking for me. Great. So late last year, see how I say late last year instead of the date of the judgment? The Supreme Court of Canada issued a ruling on honor of the Crown. November 27th, 2024. Did I just remember? No, Jordan just texted me. Thank you, Jordan. November 27th, 2024, the Supreme Court of Canada issued a groundbreaking ruling on honor of the Crown in the Mastillage decision involving Indigenous policing in Quebec. That reference to the evolving law on honor of the Crown, we thought should be included in the slide. And what I want to emphasize, and you can turn to the next slide, thanks. What I want to emphasize is there's no question that the court has continued its view that honor of the Crown vis-a-vis Indigenous people is something that has to be respected in line with the objectives of reconciliations. And specifically, the principle that fiduciary relationships must form part of the context of relationships between Indigenous people and the Crown when they're negotiating. That's all true. We wanted you to know that we are cognizant of this evolving law. But it's my respectful opinion that this does not change what's going on here. Why? Because the deal that we negotiated is a reasonable deal. It has advantages and disadvantages for sure. And it will be for you to decide, obviously, whether it's acceptable. But it doesn't breach honor of the Crown. It goes nowhere near breaching honor of the Crown. In other words, it was negotiated in good faith by Canada. I have been known to criticize and sue governments over 34 years of my practice, so I'm not afraid to be critical. But, it makes some sense that Minister Haidu comes from Thunder Bay, right? And it makes some sense that what you're seeing is an effort to accommodate your interests in Nan territory. Honor of the Crown was respected in this process. And while I agree that there's evolving law, I don't think there's any argument that the deal should change because of that case. Since it was raised with us by a number of chiefs, we thought we would include it as part of our presentation. You will be relieved to hear that there's a last slide here. It's around next steps. So specifically, well, it's actually last two slides, sorry. The next steps are your determinations around ratification, tomorrow's determinations by Chiefs of Ontario, and then if you determine it's appropriate that it should be ratified, if you determine that the agreement is acceptable, then we would go to the tribunal for decision. And that is if NAN does, and then in turn Chiefs of Ontario does. We would go to the tribunal on a motion. It is our intention to serve that motion in early March. We are not going slow. Why aren't we going slow? Well, I know we're lawyers. You'd think we'd go slow, right? We can't. The government's going to fall. We are required, if we're going to be helpful to you, If we're going to be helpful to you, we have to move fast. So we are looking at an early March filing date for approval if you decide the agreement is something you wish us to proceed on. It's obviously going to be a decision you need to arrive at today and at Chiefs of Ontario level tomorrow. We do want to draw your attention to some comments made on the 10th of February, not 2 weeks ago, by the tribunal. And there, I mean, not all the words are going to be immediately familiar to. They talk about a dialogic approach. Now, the only time I've ever used the word dialogic is when I read the tribunal ruling. I won't lie to you. Anyway, they want people to discuss things, dialogue, right? That's what dialogic means. They want discussions. They wanted resolution discussions between the parties, and they wanted them years ago. And on February 10th, the tribunal issued an endorsement that said, okay, that's enough now. That's enough. This is what they said. And they sent this endorsement out to all the lawyers. Said the dialogic approach, in other words, this resolution approach they wanted all the parties to arrive at, was adopted to move things forward in this case with an emphasis on consultation and reconciliation. However, the dialogic approach is not meant to be waiting for years and years of delay without finality. Now, this is guesswork, and I mean no disrespect to the tribunal, but we're allowed to interpret their rulings as lawyers and others, everybody, because that's what we do. We read what they say and we interpret it. This is how I respectfully interpret this endorsement and concern. They know the FSA was rejected, right? They know it was rejected in Calgary. And they know that this government is going to fall. And everybody is asking, well, what do we do now? And they are pushing the parties. We need a result here. And so you can see the tribunal wants to see a result. Time is expiring. That's how I read that. Time is expiring for helping and addressing the welfare of your children. It is far better for children to complete the long-term remedial phase shortly rather than wait for long periods of time. And this came right after the Caring Society filed another non-compliance motion to the tribunal. So with that, the tribunals caution everybody that time's ticking. That concludes our presentation, with obvious honored to answer any questions you might have. And I turn it back over to you, Chair. And yeah, we're in the way of lunch, so that's never a good thing.
All right, miigwech, Julian and Kennedy. We did say that we were going to keep our questions until after lunch, so we asked Elder Lucy to offer a blessing for our food before we break for lunch.
Yeah, please stand. Wow. That was a very interesting presentation, miigwech. And very, a lot to take in for some of us newbies here. It's that time now that we take this opportunity to, to regenerate our cells, our brain cells with, it's been filling up with all this new information that's being presented, and it's good information. It's very important because it's dealing with the future of our children here in our territory and in our province. So on that note, how Shemando Muskajuna Bagos Conditionikas and the Mount of them, how Shemando Kistaminguash the Don, Otaya Piahe Mamuhetoyach and Dotamach, Ekis Chickistentago here, Kewano Anamutagate, Ketroshman Shnano Koste. Ekuman the Speneman Kishamando Kistaminguash the Donesta, who Meacham got go at the Meachsiach. Which Heguyak Chamashkosia, Koyes
Kuyasnesta Gion, Chikiskentamayak, Kewan, Omagaya Muchigate, Kakstendago. Oh, me quest, Kshemanto. Oh, me quest. Oh.
Oh, miigwech. So we're going to break for lunch, and we want to give Apple opportunity for asking some questions before your decision-making process. So we'd like to return back at 12:40 now. So 1:20, 40 minutes. Is that enough? 1:20. All right, so we're gonna get started back into the assembly, and as promised, we were going to have a question and answer period as well as discussion on the final agreement that's being proposed for your consideration on the child welfare reform, as well as the trilateral agreement on the 1965 agreement reform. So do want to thank the cooks for the wonderful meal. It was very tasty and garlicky. So I'm going to open up the floor to the delegates. We do have individuals, technicians here that are prepared to answer some questions that you may have in response to the presentation that you received on the Ontario specific agreement. And you've heard the elements that were discussed and shared with you. So if you have any questions, now's the opportunity. And I'd ask that you could turn on your microphones and let me know your name and the First Nations that you're representing. Oh, the presentation was very good. Are there any, if there are no questions, then I guess we can go directly to your resolution. You have a question there, Victor? I've been waiting for you for 20 minutes, Victor.
Where to start? I was hoping actually Nan and Ku tomorrow. I mean, you know, a lot of these presentations are very one-sided, you know, and it'd be nice to have a presentation that's more objective. Because, you know, it's 170 pages. I mean, I went through it, we got our legal to go through it. You know, we do have concerns as a First Nation. One of this is with the remoteness quotient. You know, so if you're at 0.4 or below, then you go down to 0. So a lot of road access communities, and I mean, it doesn't do anything for us. Okay. And when we talk about substantive equality, every nation struggles to service their children and families. That's the whole reason why we're here. And I do get it, you know, this is not going to solve everything, but it's got to have at least the bare minimums. And I think when we were in Calgary and it was rejected, you know, it was rejected on a few big points, and one of them is on reserve, off reserve. So I am appreciative that they will get off reserve funding for 2 years. But for First Nations that have a majority of their members outside of, you know, those colonial boundaries that the Indian Act put it under, it's going to hurt us long term. So if we're trying to fix, you know, the program, I mean, that's a big one, right? So, I mean, 1-2 years is not going to really address long-term reform. And I think when we were in Calgary, that was a given. The resolution went on the form. And I always thought that in Ontario, because Jordan's principle does not discriminate on reserve, off reserve. OFNLP funding doesn't discriminate on reserve, off reserve. And all of a sudden we have this agreement in front of us. And for me, it's a step back, right? I mean, we won this case and went to the tribunal. All these orders that came out, you know, was supposed to address these things. And, you know, does this do it for us? And can't speak for anyone else, but it doesn't work for our nation. You know, we'll say the same thing tomorrow at the Chiefs of Ontario. I mean, we do understand it's a negotiation. I took some points from, you know, Julian as he was doing his presentation. You know, he had some opinions, which is good. You know, not afraid to be critical. I mean, with this document, it's a little different, but it's not enough. And I appreciate the transparency on the fiscal part. But if you calculate all the numbers, NAN, Chiefs of Ontario, and those committees are going to take up $65 million of that agreement. You know, and I get it. I mean, there's always administration dollars. And so, I mean, they have a vested interest in getting this thing passed because there's going to be financial stipulations attached to it, right? So, and I don't know how it's broken down. I mean, we were given the numbers, but does it quantify for the work required? And I realize it is data collection. So those are just some of the things I thought of, right? And we looked at it, we discussed with our chief, and so.
All right, thanks, Victor. We'll get some Kennedy and Julian to talk a little bit about the application of the remoteness quotient and how it relates to the on-reserve and off-reserve application within the agreement. So Julian.
Thank you. And I was able to get briefed on the tail end of your comments, proxy Linkletter, as well as I heard your remarks as I was coming in regarding the remoteness adjustment. So can I just start with that? There is, and I'm not going to name the community, there's only one community in the 49 First Nations of NAN that is not receiving remoteness dollars, including TTN. So I think there's some confusion about entitlements. We've provided the community profiles, but let me explain it as simply as I can. The way it works is for the country, and this is the research that quite rightly Victor was referring to, for the country, we developed a remoteness quotient adjustment factor that included and used a StatsCan analysis providing remoteness scoring. The result of that was a threshold identified as 0.4 on the remoteness scoring. If you qualified for a remoteness scoring of 0.4 or more, then you were eligible for remoteness dollars. Tequatagamo, as an example, qualifies. Every single NAN community, with the exception of one, qualifies in the remoteness scoring of 0.4 or more. In other words, and that's not because there was some special deal with Ontario. It's because there's no surprise that you as chiefs have taken the lead on addressing issues of remoteness. It's because how extraordinarily challenging your circumstances are that you became the leader in this area. So it is not the case that NAN communities or there are NAN communities that are not. There is one NAN community in all of the communities that will not meet that 0.4 threshold. And so that hasn't changed as the first issue. And I just wanted to be crystal clear. So your community profiles will tell you what your remoteness adjustment is. And there's no question that it has not changed. I don't know if there's a second issue that you wanted to address.
Briefly, I think there was discussion about the 2-year on-off reserve agreement. So I'm assuming you're referring to the banner up off reserve commitment until March 31st, 2027. I agree. I mean, it's not as long as I would want it to be, but right now there's nothing. They could stop it today. We have nothing in place for them to carry it on. It's being funded through Jordan's Principle, which is being cut here and there everywhere. So I mean, I acknowledge what you're saying, that it's not as long as a lot of us would like, but right now there's nothing. There's no commitment in place to continue it. So that I just wanted to address that.
Secondary question, proxy Linklater.
So Kennedy, we'll have a side meeting after this because you know what? I am looking at my profile sheet and we are under 0.4. Yeah,
It's, and I think this is a very hard thing to explain, and it's very statistical, so it's not my area of expertise, but so your actual remoteness index score isn't on your funding profile sheet. So that, I believe yours is 35%, right? Is that what it says on your sheet? I think that's what it is for remoteness. That isn't your score. So it's not, you can have a percentage that's below 40% and your remoteness index score is still above 0.4. So if you want, I can find your remoteness index score right now. I know it's over 0.4, and that then leads into what your percentage adjustment is. So there's sort of two steps. One is, what is your remoteness index score? And then if it's above 0.4, it looks at what is your percentage adjustment. So I can look up your score now. I know it's above 0.4, and then we can sidebar about it, because that percentage doesn't correlate to the ability to get remoteness money. So if you have on your sheet that you're getting a percentage adjustment, you're getting a percentage adjustment.
okay. So a problem with the profile, because you're not, as you read this document,
Yeah.
it says
Yeah.
0.4 or
Yeah.
go down to 0, right? Then you see the 35,
Mhm.
which is basically 0.35.
Yeah, I see what you're
So,
saying.
you know,
Communication
you need
error,
to
yeah.
clarify that, and
Sure. Yep.
because I take it there'll be some chiefs of Ontario nations that are going to be part of this remoteness quotient also,
Mhm.
because we know we have some island nations that are remote, right? So where does their score? So if they get the same profile, there's going to be some confusion there.
Yeah.
We started our BANREP program and did our stuff in 2018. And ISCA's never come back to us on reserve, off reserve till 2023. So as we're going through this process, you know, we could speculate why,
Mhm.
right? AFN, KU, NAN already agreed with the original final settlement agreement that was shot down in the fall. And they agreed with on reserve, off reserve. You know, it was a concession. So the fact that what's actually happening on the ground now, nobody's watching ISC. Okay, as we're sitting here talking, our day-to-day is being functioned, they're coming back, they're pausing our reimbursements, our actuals, everything, they're coming back. You know, they want you to do 2 separate applications now. You know, it was never like this. So for a First Nation that has done that process, and all of a sudden you're getting these restrictions, and especially a First Nation with a off-reserve population that is significant, right? Like, I'm glad you guys got 23, 24, you know, because First Nations that started late, then they would be stuck at 75,000. You know, you can't service children in any First Nation for 75,000. So that's a win for you guys. But the fact that you didn't do the same thing to the agencies, and they're stuck at that, you know, that year is going to hurt us. Because if it's really about children and collaboration, there are requirements in this final settlement agreement that we need to work together, but there is no funding attached to our agencies. And they are still mandated to do child protection and do prevention to prevent kids going into care without the compensation. First Nations are getting their prevention dollars, so it's going to cause a rift, right? And since I left politics, I went back to my roots. Dealing with cases on the ground, dealing with our families, you know, struggling with mental health and addictions, those supports. We need all hands on deck. Whether you're pro-agency, against agency, to heal families and protect children, we need to work together. So those are just some of my comments, but
Thanks. We can connect after on the remoteness thing. And I think it's a reasonable point to say we should clarify about the communication, especially for tomorrow with communities who may not be as familiar with the RQ work.
Miigwech proxy link later. Chief,
Chief Sonny Batiste from Matapan First Nation.
Yeah, we went through this last September, I think it was at an meeting in Thunder Bay. We came to, well, there was quite the information stuff that we went through. But anyway, I think we all did our due diligence on this. We all went to Calgary with a, positive attitude, and hopefully that thing would pass by. But also too, as chief of my own community, I'm thinking about, my own well-being of my children over there, our kids. Every First Nation may implement things differently. Whatever issue they have over there may not be the same for everyone. So, it's quite the thing, and I'm here to support this resolution or whatever, to go ahead with it, because at the end of the day, it's all about our kids. And we are looking in ways on, achieving our goal for independency as well. And, that's doing away with family services because we're not happy with it. It's agencies that's pretty much control the chiefs now, which it was not supposed to. I had that happen in my own community. So that's why I was directed by my membership in council to say, well, we got to get this thing on the go and develop our own laws, in which we are. We want to determine which is right and what is wrong for our community as a whole, not, that's just how it is, independency. Thank you.
Bonjour, Chief Kakagamak, Sandy Lake First Nation. Ganinagoy Kutyan that I don't see another agreement coming. Our communities are suffering, and where we can help a family, you're helping the children. I'm not thinking about money, I'm thinking about the resources that can come out of this agreement. It's I always say there's never going to be 49 people who are going to be in total agreement with any agreement. We all have our own communities. We all have our own ways of doing things. But, putting ourselves aside, it's something that we need to do for the kids, not only for the kids, but for the people who are struggling with addictions, with alcohol, with we know within our own communities what we struggle with. And this, for me, this pot of money would help these families. Because I once heard something, they said something to this effect, that the problem is not the child, it's the parents. It's the parents we have to work with. Children are innocent. And far too long, our children have been, assimilated through all these I don't know, agencies and whatnot. And for me, I do like 90% support this agreement. Of course, every agreement has its shortfalls. However, I have a few questions. That was just my comments. I.e., can you remind us again what happens after 10 years? And also, this 11.2 million for Ku and the 6.5 for Nan, is that yearly or is that a one-time funding? And I know there's complaints across our nations that we're not working with Alberta and BC or etc. But my question is, do we all hold the same child services laws and regulations across the country? Like, is it all the same across the board? Like from here to BC or wherever on the East Coast? I just think that we can't decide what's good for the East Coast or what's good for British Columbia, but we as a whole in Ontario can decide for ourselves what we think is best. Sure.
Thank you, Chief. So I can try and answer some of your questions. So first about the what happens after 10 years. So we do discuss it. It starts at paragraph 73 in the agreement, but essentially what happens is Canada has to come together with Ku and Nan and discuss what happens after the term of the agreement. So we can't in this agreement say exactly what will happen, but they have to come back and discuss with us. And they also, it says in the agreement, they continue to have an obligation to not fund in a discriminatory way. That legal obligation that they have doesn't go away after the expiry of this agreement, it remains. There's also 2 program assessments that are scheduled throughout the course of the agreement. And what those assessments do is they look at how the funding in this new agreement is working. Are things getting better? Are things being more effective? And both times they make recommendations for how the program can be improved, about how things should continue. And that will happen, the second of those will happen near the end of the expiry of the term. So we'll have those recommendations after the agreement expires to sort of rely on in those discussions with Canada and say, well, look, this program assessment, hopefully it says it has substantially addressed the shortfalls in funding in child and family services. And we would have so much evidence to then go forward and say, if Canada cut this, it would be discrimination again. So that is sort of what happens after 10 years. As for the implementation funding, sorry, I didn't catch the end of that question. Were you asking kind of what's it for? What will it be spent on? It is, it's not 6.06 yearly, it's 6.06 total. For Ku, yeah. So for Ku, that would be total over the term of the agreement. Yeah, same for Nan. And then as for the legislation, and I mean, I'll get Julian or even Maggie to jump in if this is incorrect, but every province has different child welfare legislation. Like in Ontario, it's the SIFSA. I'm not sure what it's called in other provinces, but it's each different. And that provincial legislation governs the agencies in each of those regions. Right?
And Chief, in response to your point about what happens after 9 years or after 10 years, I do want to emphasize that that is where the both the evaluations, the program evaluations that Kennedy was speaking about that are in the agreement come into it in terms of evaluating and assessing the program. But secondly, that's where the honor of the Crown law that we were talking about before, the new cases that are talking about the obligations on Canada when they're negotiating with Indigenous people, that new law is another important weapon for, in my view, for First Nations to keep the gains. I think the truth of the matter is that there is almost no agreement that I'm familiar with, including the health authority work in BC, that is longer than 10 years. In other words, it would be great if we could do 20, 40, but those agreements don't exist. And so 10 years is kind of the window. And what is expected, because we don't assume the good faith of Canada, you have no reason to assume that given the history. I'm sorry to all those who think otherwise. But what we do assume is that 10 years is enough time to regularize and institutionalize what you have going. Do you know what I mean? So that it takes a lot to reverse it, right? So you have basically created a structure after 10 years that is very hard to undo. And that's what's hoped. But of course, it's fair to say that there's uncertainty there. I think that's a good point, but I think there's reasons to be optimistic about it.
Miigwech. Chief Bruce at Snipanishkan is the Cass King Donji, Martin Falls First Nation. Miigwech for the presentation this morning. And
And also for the legal analysis on the agreement and if it's passed. What I got from the legal analysis is we're not really out of the woodwork, even if we still pass this settlement agreement within the next 2 days. There's still chance that with given elections coming up, changing government probably, there's that threat, and also a threat of a judicial review on our settlement. So my question is on basically the settlement. I'm in favor of it, favor of moving forward with this agreement. I think it's a one-time opportunity on the basis of our principle of our own sovereignty and our own inherent right to be given what should have been given in the past, and that's the resources to move ahead with our own governance systems, especially in the area of child welfare. So I just wanted to make those comments and thank you for the presentations. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Thank you for the comments, Chief Achneepaneskum. And there's one piece of this that we can be of assistance. We had very focused discussions with Canada, the lawyers for Canada and the top bureaucrats about what happens if an election is called or the government falls. And the consensus we got back from them was that they think if we've got the matter into the tribunal for approval, then we chug ahead. In other words, it's not going to stop. Because if it's before the tribunal for approval, and this is our understanding of their position, this is what they've told us, okay? If it's in front of the tribunal for approval, then the process has already started by way of a commitment by Canada to the deal. Because what's happening on the motion for approval is we're telling the tribunal that Canada, Chiefs of Ontario and NAN, have arrived at an agreement that we want their approval for. So Canada's in no position to reverse that because of an ongoing election, nor are they in a position to renege on an agreement. And I want to give you an example. They call an election, the planes don't fall out of the sky, right? They call an election, we still get our weather reports, we still, like, the business of the country continues. There's a prohibition against new things, all right? So if we were asking them for a new position, that would be different. But if we get the process along as far as I'm talking about, which is in front of the tribunal, the message we've gotten back from Canada's officials is, then it's all systems go.
Chief.
Chief Cheryl St. Dennis, Brunswick House First Nation. So, I want to also echo Victor's comments. This is a touchy subject, and I also want to echo Chief Sunny's Batista's. I got elected in October. I know this has been at the table for a while. I have followed it. But again, there's always those two sides to the coins. There's good and there's bad. I have a hard time with the after 10 years. I really do. We talk about the next 7 generations. I mean, 10 years ain't reaching the next 7 generations that we always talk about. And sometimes I think we lose sight of our way. We preach it out there, but when we're sitting at this table, you're asking us to go by pressure of the government because elections are coming up. After the 10 years to come back to the table, we've showed the government the need. I don't think we should have 10 years and then they go back and look at what we need and try to come back to the table, because I feel that's given them leverage to come back and use that against us. We talk about data sovereignty. What are we giving out? We're gonna give that information in 10 years just to get another agreement out. I think it's always a cat and mouse with government. It doesn't matter how much money they give you, as much as they say that you're not tied to them, you are. You get $1 from the government, they're asking you what you done with that dollar. But we sit here and the government's telling us that it's your right, it's your inherited right, and we're gonna come to the table and we're gonna sit with you. I mean, that's the scary point. I mean, are we gonna go back to that after the 10 years? Like, what's happening with our data? We were told to hold that sacred, and now they want that information just so we can prove. I think in this past few years, we've proved what we needed for our communities, whether we're in remotes and whether we're in or not. But I mean, we need to sit there and say what is best for our communities. We're all here for our communities, but then we have to sit here when we're thinking about our own communities and go as a collective. I think it's really hard for me to just say, I'm going to go as a collective, but I have these different feelings. I come to the table because my chief and council have a very 50-50 view of what's going on here. So I honestly right now don't know which way I'm going to vote, because I still feel that this 10 years is a scary number. And for us to not know what might happen after that 10 years, we still have to live 10 years taking care of our kids, taking care of the addictions, hoping our parents come back to their kids, hoping we get them out of care, finding a place for these kids to live, which has been very hard, because even our caregivers have fallen into addictions, and we're trying to get out of something. And 10 years, to me, that just feels like they're giving us 2 years to figure this out. Thank you.
All right, Miigwech, Chief St. Denis.
Yeah, Miigwech. I just want to acknowledge all your comments and questions and feedback. And I just want to also acknowledge you there, Chief, and your comments. I think that was one of the challenges that our team faced, that all of us faced when we were negotiating this agreement, knowing that the issues that we were trying to address are long-standing issues, and how long this agreement should be. Should it be 5 years? Should it be 10 years or 20 years? And I think the danger and the concern that we had is that if we locked our communities in for, say, a longer term, like 20 years, then they can come back and say, why did you do that? Why did you lock us in for a longer term? Because we want to do these things to reinstating our own systems and our own laws. And so it was, I think in a lot of ways, a judgment call that we had to make. And we just felt that 10 years would give the time for our communities to do whatever they need to do. I sometimes have trouble with the term, the word reform that's in the agreement, because I don't think that's what we want to do. We don't want to reform a broken system. We want to reinstate our own systems, utilizing our own customs and our own laws, and I think this will give us that opportunity for us to do this work. So it's so I acknowledge your concern about the 10 years and what happens after. I'm not sure if any of us here at this table in the front can give you the answer to that question. And I know many of us around the table have that same question. What happens after 10 years? What I can say, though, is that this is an opportunity for us to support our communities, to do the work that they need to move beyond the broken system that our children, our families are currently subject to. And we cannot accept the reality as it currently stands, that we need to try to move beyond that. And to me, this, the agreement represents that opportunity.
I just wanted to add some comments to Grand Chief's response. Thank you all for your questions. And it's very important that we make our comments, ask our questions, state our fears, because we need to. That is our responsibility, especially when it comes to our children. I know when we had began this process back in 2016, because we have to look back at the original filing of the claim, which was like it had a very specific request that they were addressing, and that was to address the systemic racism of providing services on the reserve. And that particular criteria continued on to this day. It wasn't something that Nishnawbe Aski Nation has been trying to address this ever since we started, and we have not been successful. But collectively here, right now, and moving forward, we see this as one item that continues to impact us, especially as our people, more and more of our people migrate into urban centers. We know we have to take care of them. And we have identified that, and we're going to continue to address that. And with the resources that we can access, we can do that. When this particular agreement ends, we will have more resources, we will have more data, and we will have strong voices that will be able to progress, and that will be able to continue to advance the well-being of our children and our families. And we acknowledge that this agreement is not perfect. But we also we have an opportunity, more opportunity than we did before, to ensure that we do not leave any children behind. So Miigwech, thank you.
Chief St. Denis, I just wanted to add a couple of comments in respect of your reference to the 10 years. Completely understand the difficulty, because it's hard to, as Grand Chief reflected on, it's hard to figure out what the right number is. But it's important to keep something in mind. Whatever number would be the number that would make chiefs comfortable, it's important to keep in mind that the decision of the tribunal about what represents discrimination exists and continues to exist. So let's say they went back and tried to go take a step backwards after 10 years. Well, they would continue to be governed by the precedent that the former program is discriminatory. Canada continues to be governed by the obligation to act in a non-discriminatory way, and you retain your remedies to fight back. I'm not saying that's a good world to go to. I'm just trying to make the point. You do not give up the right to insist on a discrimination-free system after the 10-year period. And when they are factoring in, and you know what they do, Chief, they factor in the risks from their different moves, right? So let's say for a moment they were going to pull the rug out from under First Nations after 10 years. Well, they know they would end up back in front of a tribunal in the same position as they are now in making a deal. So yes, there's uncertainty there after 10 years, but I do want you to know that those decisions that ensure that Canada has to abide by honor of the Crown, has to provide non-discriminatory support, has to provide a non-discriminatory program, those obligations all continue in place. So there is that. It doesn't fix it. I get it. I just wanted you to know that. That's all.
Proxy McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Frank McKay, proxy for Quechijing First Nation. I just wanted to comment, and I know that previous speakers have identified some issues in relation to what I was going to bring up, and part of it has been answered. But one of the questions that I have is that when this complaint came in, brought forward by the Caring Society and AFN in 2004, I think it was, right? When this complaint came in, it only said on reserve. Okay, so I just wanted to understand that, and that has been the same all the way through till now. Is there any specific reason that was given why off-reserve children from that same First Nations members was not considered? Was there any why was that? Why was they not considered? I know it was in relation to the foresight of the complainants that they didn't include off-reserve members. That's my first question. The second question is, this agreement is a new pathway forward for us. We never walked this road down before. So we're going to be learning as we go along in relation to what we need in order to empower our First Nations, in order to take care of and take responsibility for their own children and their own families. And as Chief Akagama says, it's not the child that's the problem. It's the parents and the community that needs to be fixed. And she's absolutely right on that, because right now the child is the one that's removed from the situation, from the family and his culture. So so we need to look at that, because this is the new pathway for us. And we have to try and fix that in terms of address those things that the community has the solutions to their own problems in protecting their children. That's my second comment that I have. The third comment is a 10-year thing. We have 9 years, I guess now, to move forward on this project, and we're all for it. I mean, now First Nations from our territory is supporting this agreement, and we want to move forward as this is an opportunity of once in a lifetime to do that. But in that final 10 years in the agreement, do we have any indication in writing that says we will discuss this for future years in the agreement? Thank you.
So if I may, I would just start with the original issue around the framing of the complaint that you raised, Proxy McKay. It becomes honestly a question of legal strategy dating back to 2007. And while no doubt the off-reserve population issue looms very large right now, every time a complaint or a case gets started, the client and the lawyers have to get together on the four corners of what they want to pursue. and it becomes a strategic decision. And the problem is, of course, with the benefit of hindsight, you know, it would have been better if it was a broader case. But back in 2007, that's a long time ago, and would the tribunal in 2016 have ruled as strongly if they were managing a larger issue beyond reserve children? So I'm simply making the point that it becomes a strategic decision dating back to the time, and it's hard to armchair quarterback that. It obviously now has problems, but it's kind of a strategic decision that gets made at the time. Obviously, NAN did not become involved till 2016.
I think the chiefs and assembly needs to develop a strategy aside from this agreement in relation to how we're going to address our off-reserve members. The chiefs and councils, the leadership in the community have an inherent jurisdiction of their people, of their membership, regardless of where they reside. So I think it has to be considered in terms of how are we going to address that issue outside of this agreement if it's not going to be dealt with within this agreement.
Proximate K, it's Maggie Wente, counsel for Coup. I'm hoping I can help you a little bit with why this case was framed this way. Of course, the Caring Society and the AFN made that choice, but I was just pulling up the original complaint and the original legal argument that was presented. And how it was framed and how it was presented is that the kids on reserve and the agencies, because this was a case about the funding for agencies originally, that the agencies on reserve weren't funded as well as the agencies off reserve. So that they weren't getting the same kind of funding because Canada was in a direct funding relationship. Those agencies weren't getting the same kind of funding as off reserve. It worked a little bit differently in Ontario because of the 65 agreement, but in the rest of Canada, that's how it was framed. And then Mike Sherry was actually the lawyer at the time on the complaint for Ontario and brought the perspective about how it actually works a little bit differently in Ontario. So, but ultimately that was also the finding of the tribunal in 2016, was that the agencies were not being funded as well as the off-reserve services were being funded. So now you're quite right when you say, what are we going to do for the future and think about off-reserve services? If we have an agreement that sets this standard as the on-reserve standard, and we can demonstrate that the off-reserve standard is beneath it, because before what we were trying to do was even just get here. Now we're here for on-reserve, and then the argument becomes, well, can we get the off-reserve to here? And naturally speaking, like the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal can't deal with the province's funding levels and the Fed's funding levels. So that was a choice they made at the time. But the reason why is because equality law, especially at the time, is really a comparative exercise. So you have to compare yourself to someone who you're being who you're being treated worse as. And at the time, that was the on-reserve services. So I hope that helps a little bit. But that's why it was sort of framed that way in the first place. A little bit about how law works, but a little bit because it was about agency funding and how they were funded better off reserve.
Chief Saint Denis.
So just a comment on that. I guess what I'm hearing, it basically comes down to the money. I'm a chief that's lived off reserve all my life. I have a 25-year-old and a 20-year-old. And when my daughter was 2, there was a call. We're talking about people in position, not about money, to walk into your home and basically destroy it because of their feelings. So it has nothing but money attached to what people are saying. We were treated like crap off reserve because I had to deal with white CAS. coming to my door. I only got services from Abanucci at the time when it was called Abanucci, and was told about all these for off reserve. So if people don't think that off reserve children matter, they do. I was 28 years old when they walked into my home, and I'm 52 now. And look what it still does to me. It's more than money. It's what they can do to you mentally. So we can sit here and talk about funding and whatnot, but mental health wise, either or, they come in and they destroy. So how do we move forward from that and make decisions? I come from my community, not just for myself, but I'm only one story about living off reserve and having to deal with white CAS. And how many more? And my kids are Native. They were no different than anybody else. So why didn't I get those services? I think it goes deeper than just the thought of what's happening now. Thank you.
All right, miigwech, Chief. We're gonna go to online and Chief Sherry Taylor from Ganoguming.
Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. I like to apologize for not being able to attend this morning. But I was in another session here in Toronto, actually calling in from Toronto. Wapshke Nimki Benesekwe, my Nishnawbe name, Chief Sherry Taylor. I just wanted to raise or I have a question or two. So one of my questions is, because there is less baseline funding going to our agency with this agreement, we would need to contribute through this funding agreement for services, for other services that we don't have at this time until we build our own. So how do we know it'll be enough to cover with this agreement, plus do the prevention work that's needed in our community? Because we lack that capacity in our community right now, we will definitely need to do that. And right now, we don't have any commitment through the C92 work that we've undertaken. So like, where is that commitment and how do we get that commitment from the government to ensure that we can, provide those services in our community for our children? Also, if there is a better deal negotiated with the non-Ontario First Nations, that the terms be extended to Ontario, that's what I would like to ask, if that can be something that could be negotiated, just so that we're not going to miss out on any type of opportunity that will help and assist us as we move forward in building our own child welfare laws in our community. Miigwech.
Thanks, Chief Taylor. Good to see you. So I'll try and address your first question and I'll have Julian speak to your second. So it's not the baseline funding that will be sort of moved from agencies to their First Nations. So an agency's baseline funding is their core funding for protection that they receive from the province, which is completely unaffected by this agreement. And then a kind of aggregate of the actuals funding they've been accessing from ISK since it's been open until 22-23. So they'll continue to get all that funding to deliver their protection services right now. So you won't have to attribute any of your First Nations funding to your agency for any of those activities. If you want to attribute, let's say you want to attribute half of your prevention funding more than the amount that's already going to your agency to deliver more services to your community, you're completely entitled to do that. You can elect to allocate it to your agency however you see fit, for prevention, for post-majority, for really any of the service delivery components. And similarly, you can also allocate it to another service provider. So if you wanted to, if you had your tribal council, for example, you wanted them to deliver services to you and they agreed, you could elect to put some of your funding there. But you wouldn't have to take any of the funding that's in your profile and give it to your agency to deliver their kind of core protection services under this agreement. And I'll let Julian speak to your second question.
Good afternoon, Chief. This is in respect of your question about in the event more favorable terms are extended to other parts of the country, can NAN or Ontario get the benefit of it? As negotiators, we put this directly on the table, Chief. And Chief Taylor, I'm going to report to you the truth, which is we were flatly rejected. Canada does not want to create a moving target. There's an expression called most favored nation treatment, which is really if trade or tariff changes happen, everybody gets the benefit of the same thing. And the answer is Canada was not prepared to get into that kind of moving scenario. We were unsuccessful. We tried repeatedly to get them to move on that. I will say this. What is the window for such a better deal to happen? First of all, we know now that the organization that Caring Society and others put together through AFN has just informed Canada in writing that they're content with the financial allotment of the 47.8 billion. In other words, there's not more money coming because they've just said they're not looking for more money, but Canada still isn't willing to go to the table with them. Is there some better deal coming? It's an impossible guessing game, but what I will observe is there's not much time for that better deal to come. Canada has not agreed to come to the table, and we know that a month from now, it is highly unlikely there'll even be a government. So it is a disadvantage that we couldn't get that. We did try. I don't think there's much time to make that better deal, to be honest. But having said that, that's where it sits. We were flatly rejected in trying to get that angle done, Chief.
Roxley Linklater.
We mentioned earlier about we never, after this ruling came forward and the act was developed and passed, it gave no distinction between on reserve, off reserve. So we had a 5-year period where we were actually building our prevention programs, our ban rep programs, on a total needs-based approach. Okay. Actual orders were there for us to get the infrastructure to bring us to a place where we would have the means to service our children. Okay. And that changed in 2023. The fact that we are talking on reserve, off reserve, it's an Indian Act thing. We are a people, we are a nation. And just from a place of sovereignty, the fact that we're in 2025, we're still talking about it. There was a real opportunity here to push that. And we looked at this agreement. For those nations that are seeking jurisdiction, that passed their laws, that are going to go through coordination, it does set the baseline for funding. We will not get anything less than the baseline. But if it determines the baseline too low for First Nations to actually service their children and families, that's why we're here. This agreement could actually put us in a place where we are going to be the ones that are going to be discriminating against our own children and our own families. There'll be tough choices when you set up your agencies and do this work. And the fact that we disconnected from all our experts, we push aside our agencies that deal with this on a day-to-day basis, and we don't have some of that stuff built in here, safe measures, it scares me. We have kids with complex special needs. And one of the things I did learn when I sat on the board for Pigatano for 12 years and board chair for 8, that there was tough choices. To service one child could easily be over $1 million. So we ran into deficits every year just on basic needs, how we fought for our children. I know no one likes to talk about money and forecasts and say, well, this is the best we're going to get. But it does, if you make this decision, there are going to be repercussions that we have to live with. And it's not going to be our negotiators. It's not going to be NAN. It's not going to be cool. It's going to be you guys as chiefs, us as citizens of our own nation. So is it enough? I mean, we'll go to a vote. Some of you said, yeah, but there are some dangers there. So, you know, we can actually stay under the tribunal till we get it right. You know, there's a lot of speculation about this election, but it still has to go through that appropriation process every year with whoever's in charge at the federal level. And what's scary was, you know, the tribunal in 2016 ordered Canada and Ontario to fix the 1965 welfare agreement, and they haven't. You know, so I mean, those are just some of my concerns, but be interesting. That's why I think, you know, it would have been nice to hear both sides. You know, there's always two sides. We are chiefs here, we're proxies, we're sitting there, we are going to make a decision that's going to affect our children. So.
Right, Miigwech for your comments.
Yeah, it's Rodney from Proxy for North Spirit. I came here with a simple message from our chief. We're voting yes. End the story. What he said. Young chief, probably the youngest chief in NAN, I would imagine. Clear message, vote yes. Our kids need help now. The mother agency is not doing what they should be doing. I have several comments. I agree with the officer. I shared with my friend here from Cat Lake, my cousin. I live in a First Nation that I don't belong to, and I'm discriminated against, even though I live within a First Nation. My First Nation that I reside in cannot include me as one of their band members. But if we take it a step further, we have a sacred responsibility, and I don't believe this ties into the treaties. Some people argue that. I don't believe that. We have a sacred responsibility to look after our own children. And it goes back to the natural laws of caring and sharing. And that's what Chief Wesley told me. We have to take responsibility for everybody that lives in our community. That's how we did it in the past. We could care less if you were from a different reserve. You are part of this family, and we're going to look after you. I heard some people mention about parents, not the children, it's the parents. Let me take it one step further. I was adopted by people from Pennsylvania. And about 5 years ago, my adopted mother said, Rodney, don't blame your parents for being a kid in the 60s school. And she said something to me that it still sticks with me. She said, blame the system. And we don't talk about that enough. It's the system that the governments have set up to bring us into care, right? We develop our own agencies. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around my 80-year-old Mennonite mother who says, blame the system. I think that's 100% true. I got caught up in the 60 scoop system, right? Still trying to find my way. Still trying to understand what are the natural laws. Some of the comments that I have. Before I answer my questions, another comment that was shared with me was from my late cousin, Murray St. Clair. He said, you have an opportunity in a lifetime here. Canada is stepping forth with money that they've never seen before being put forth to us. And I think I heard a previous chief in another gathering speak about the fact that we need that money now to help our children that are going down the wrong way. We didn't have it before. We didn't have that hope of receiving this type of money. But Murray said to me in a gathering in Winnipeg, and I'm glad that I was able to speak to him before he passed. He said, don't ever let the government tell you how to raise your children. But he said they're also attaching money that we have to be accountable for. I see the numbers that our First Nation is going to be getting, doubling the amount rate. The struggle we have as First Nations is how do we spend that money and how do we account for it properly? There are deadlines. If we pass this tomorrow, like I said, my hands are, I'm going to vote for it. How are we going to spend this money? We have 60 days, I believe, right? I think I've seen that somewhere, that we have to come up with a work plan. And I said that yesterday. Is NAN going to help our First Nations to develop a simple work plan on how we plan to spend this money? It is millions that we've never spent before. I'd love to win the lottery and figure out how would I manage $1 million, right? I have told people I have made millions in my lifetime, right? All of us probably have made $1 million in our lifetime. Where is it? Right? Where is it today? But the hope is that this money will be here for long term, right? Beyond 10 years. And I think the proxy here just briefly talked about it. Our consultant that I work with, some people may know him, Larry Jourdain, speaks the language fluently. I don't speak it. He said this is the biggest opportunity that he's ever seen the pendulum swing with money coming from the government. And for us that are moving ahead, developing our own law, looking at our own CA moving forward, after we developed our law, I think of Tikanagan, they've been around 40 years to get it right, right? We're not even into year one. And we're trying to think that we're perfect. No, we're not perfect. There are going to be bumps and bruises along the way. Children are going to get harmed, right? And whose responsibility is it? It's still our responsibility within the First Nations to stand up for our children and make it right. So my question, and I think it was sort of answered, once the First Nations have developed their law, and after reaching a CA, will ISK continue to be funding us with this through this agreement? Or as we start negotiating a CA, we have to think of everything. Like my buddy Ron here, he's proxy for Poplar Hill. He's my researcher at KO. And where he comes from, their First Nation has thought of everything as much as possible. Such as, is there going to be another COVID? Is there going to be another COVID? Right? The government wasn't prepared for that. We have to think of things like that. How do you communicate? So we just had a recent elders gathering with KO elders in Thunder Bay. And there's 3 things that stuck out to me. The elders said we need to first start off with healing, and we're not talking about that. This agreement has to talk about healing, right? Healing from what? The 60 scoop. Our mother agencies that have been around, I have always said it's time for them to say they're sorry. But you know what? They don't want to do that. You know why? They're accepting liability. It's time that Tikanagan stands up and says, we're sorry for all the kids that have died in care. Right? Those are the real things that have to happen, and the elders talk about healing. The other thing too is money will never go away. It costs us money today to raise children, right? And I know our agency depends heavily on grandparents. The other factor that, and in my family, I grew up in a family of 17 children. How did we survive? My mother would just add another cup of water to the soup, right? And that's how we survived. We went through McDonald's and ordered Big Macs, right? My brother got half the sandwich, I got the other half. That's how we survived. We learned how to manage. And the other thing that the elders talked about is communication has drastically changed our way of life. Our kids, I have 2 cell phones. Why do I need 2 cell phones, right? And a couple of weeks ago, I bet a lot of us thought the world was coming to an end when Canada was going to cut off Starlink. Did you see that on Facebook? People are going to say, how in the world are we going to communicate? Right? So those are real subjects. And for myself, when I think about this as a 60 scoop survivor and a residential school survivor, this is a once in a lifetime. When I think of 10 years, I'm going to be 70 years old. Last week I celebrated my 60th birthday. Crazy, right? Most of us, think about it. 10 years, how old are you going to be? But that's 10 years we cannot lose. When this funding is available, yes, there are going to be bumps and bruises. And I truly believe that we will get a handle of how we administer money. But at the same time, we need Nan to help us. So thank you.
Vetch, proxy.
So I am just going to assist on one portion of it. And that is you've asked the question about the decision to basically pursue and exercise your inherent jurisdiction pursuant to agreements under the Bill C-92. And the answer is no, the funding doesn't continue under the program, but the funding that you've received becomes a floor. They are not allowed, not entitled by agreement, section 106 or paragraph 106 of the agreement. They are not allowed to give you less than what you already have. And it was Chief Munoz who recognized in the July meeting that what that means is that, you know, a First Nation, prior to exercising its inherent jurisdiction, can build that funding up, right? You become, and that's your floor. They can't fund you for less because of paragraph 106. And then you exercise your inherent jurisdiction. And if you choose to include off-reserve care, that's your call. And now you have the money. So you've set the floor at the right number that works for you. And then secondly, you now exercise that inherent jurisdiction. So that's an observation that Chief Munoz made at the last meeting. I hope that answers one of your questions.
And just to briefly also respond to your points in your question there, Rodney. First of all, thank you for sharing your lived experience with us and why we do this work. You asked if Nan will be there to support our communities if and when this agreement is ratified and when it's implemented. And I would just tell you yes, that we need to be there. Similar to the work that we've done leading up to today to connect with all our communities, to speak one-on-one with all our chiefs. We will do the same once this agreement is ratified to ensure that our communities are ready to begin the work to implement the agreement, to ensure that they have the ability to do the work planning and the preparatory work that they need to begin to lay the groundwork for year 1, year 2, year 3, the transition that needs to happen to ensure that there are no gaps in the work that we need to do. So we will be there with you, with our executive, with our team. And if we need to bring in outside expertise to help us in this work, we will do so. So Miigwech for your question.
Oh, Sonny? Chief Sonny Batiste.
Yeah, I'm sort of getting frustrated. Do you think we can proceed and get on with this vote, whatever we have to do?
I was actually just going to do that. So that's I was looking for the resolution, and I have to confirm with the resolutions committee for the draft resolution that they were to print for your, you're waiting on the copies? Is it available to be put on screen?
So if a First Nation does not agree with Nan and Ku's approach, can we stay with the the AFN focus at the national level?
So the agreement is identical to the FSA. There is not an opt-out. So it is a vote that you're arriving at for all of NAN communities and then all of Ontario First Nations. There's no opt-out.
So as a rights holder, as a sovereign nation, we have to accept the outcome of the vote for Nan and Ku as it's presented.
Proxy link letter, there is no opt-out. It's just like last time. There's no change. It's precisely the same strengths and weaknesses. There is no opt-out.
I get that.
Okay.
But so let's say today and tomorrow, everyone votes in favor. We're not going to have total consensus. But those nations that don't agree, do they have the option of saying, okay, well, we respect the nations of Nan and Ku for this process, but we are going to throw in our hat in with our brothers and sisters in the other provinces?
The answer is that the program for reform in the province of Ontario will look different than the program in Saskatchewan. And it's like talking about the 1965 agreement or any other governing legislative framework. It exists as there's no opt-out. There's no opt-out for any community in Ontario if the First Nations decide that they wish to pursue the agreement.
So, okay, I get that, but you know what? Ku, Nan opt out of it. You know what we decided at the national level, right? They agreed to go and do their own process. So if a First Nation that doesn't agree wants that same luxury, then it's not available to them under this because there's no opt-out, is what I'm hearing. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thanks for your comment there, Proxy. So do we have the resolution available to be placed onto the screen? So the resolution here, number 725, and it's approval of the Ontario Final Agreement on a long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. It was whereas in 2007, the Assembly of First Nations and the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada brought a complaint to the Canadian Human Rights Commission alleging that Canada's provision of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and application of Jordan's Principle were discriminatory. Whereas in January 2016, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal found that Canada discriminated against First Nations children, youth, and families in its funding and control of child and family services provided on reserve and in the Yukon. Whereas in May 2016, Nishnawbe Aski Nation was granted status to intervene at the remedy stage of the CHRT proceedings to ensure that remedies addressed discrimination based on remoteness. Whereas, got my spot, okay. In September 2016, the CHRT accepted NAN's position that funding decisions by Canada must account for the unique challenges and increased costs of providing child and family services in remote First Nations. Whereas by way of Resolution 1720, approval of a terms of reference for remoteness quotient table, the NAN Chiefs in Assembly approved the terms of reference for a NAN Canada remoteness quotient table to enable a negotiation process to develop a remoteness quotient that could be used to adjust funding for remote First Nations. Whereas in March of 2019, NAN filed with the CHRT a report produced by NAN Canada RQ table containing the first evidence-based and First Nation cited economic modeling of the increased cost of delivering child and family services to remote First Nation communities. Whereas by way of Resolution 1912, endorsement and application of remoteness quotient work, the NAN Chiefs in Assembly adopted the conclusions of the RQ report, supported the use of the RQ work to establish equitable distribution of federal child and family services funding in Ontario, and directed the NAN Executive Council to seek orders from the CHRT to ensure that going forward, all relief ordered by the CHRT aligns with the remoteness quotient work. Whereas on December 31st, 2021, the parties to the CHRT proceedings, NAN, Chiefs of Ontario, AFN, the Caring Society, and Canada, signed the agreement in principle on long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle AIP, which provided a framework for the negotiation of a final settlement agreement and committed the parties to achieve an FSA and ending the jurisdiction of the CHRT by December 31st of 2022. Whereas by Resolution 2319, NAN's role in the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement renegotiations, the NAN Chiefs in Assembly directed the NAN Executive Council to engage in all discussions with Canada, Ontario, and COO with respect to the renegotiation of the 1965 agreement on behalf of all NAN First Nations, and further directed that the NAN continue to assert its right to a dedicated seat at the table to represent the voice of all NAN First Nations with respect to the renegotiation of the 1965 agreement. Whereas by way of Resolution 2408, Final Settlement Agreement on Long-Term Reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program, the NAN Chiefs in Assembly directed the NAN Executive Council to strive to the best of its ability to conclude an FSA without delay, to only sign an FSA that provides for the full implementation of an evidence-based approach to adjusting funding, to account for remoteness, and to ensure that NAN First Nations have the opportunity to review and approve the FSA before it is brought to the COO and AFN assemblies. Whereas NAN held a special Chiefs Assembly to review the draft FSA on May 22nd and May 23rd of 2024, where each chief or proxy present was given the opportunity on site to review a copy of the draft FSA. Whereas on July 10th, 2024, NAN, COO, AFN, and Canada reached an agreement that could be supported and recommended to leadership, which committed $47.8 billion in funding to reform the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. Whereas the final agreement provided for the full implementation of an evidence-based approach to adjusting funding to account for remoteness. Whereas the final agreement was brought to a NAN Chiefs Assembly for a vote on October 9th, 2024, and was ratified by the chiefs in assembly. Whereas the final agreement was brought to a Coup Special Chiefs Assembly for a vote on October 10th, 2024, and was ratified by the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly. Whereas the final agreement was brought to an AFN Special Chiefs Assembly for a vote on October 19th, 2024, and was rejected by the First Nations in Assembly. Whereas on November the 19th, 2024, Ontario Chiefs in Assembly passed a resolution exploring a final agreement on the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services, directing that a regional final agreement be pursued for Ontario and negotiated among NAN, COO, and Canada. In December 2024, Canada communicated they received a mandate to negotiate a regionalized agreement on long-term reform in Ontario in line with the draft national final agreement with NAN and COO. Whereas in February 2025, NAN, COO, and Canada reached a draft Ontario final agreement on a long-term reform of FNCFS in Ontario that committed $8.5 billion in funding for the Ontario region. Whereas in January 2025, NAN, COO, and Canada reached a draft trilateral agreement in respect of reforming the Memorandum of Agreement respecting welfare programs for Indians, or what is commonly known as the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement. Whereas NAN and COO held a series of information sessions in January and February 2025 to inform the leadership and other stakeholders regarding the above information. Whereas on February 26th, COO will host a special Chiefs Assembly for the ratification of the Ontario Final Agreement on the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs in Assembly support and approve the Ontario Final Agreement on the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and the trilateral agreement in respect of reforming the 1965 agreement. Further be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly call on the COO Assembly to approve the Ontario Final Agreement on a long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program. Finally, be it resolved that provided the Ontario Final Agreement on the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program is approved by Chiefs in Ontario, NAN Chiefs in Assembly direct the NAN Executive Council to sign the Ontario Final Agreement and bring or support a motion to the CHRT seeking its approval of the Ontario Final Agreement without delay. Dated at Toronto, Ontario, this 25th day of February 2025, and this motion is proposed to be moved by Chief Merle Loon and seconded by Chief Elizabeth Karakwapit. So I'm going to provide an opportunity for Chief Merle Loon to speak to the resolution. Oh, yeah. Can I confirm if Chief Karakwapit is online? She is. So Chief Karakwapit, you are there?
Yes, I am. Chief Elizabeth Karakwapit.
Chief Karakwapit. Okay, I see you waving. Okay. I'm going to provide an opportunity to Chief Merle Loon to speak to the resolution.
Hey, Miigwech, Chief Merle Loon, Muskegon First Nation.
So first off, I'd like to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity to speak and move this resolution. Before I start to provide my comments, I always like to thank the Creator for today. Every morning I get up and give God, Creator, thanks for our families, our communities, our nations. Along with my prayers, I always pray for Mother Earth and all that she provides us. Being thankful for the creatures, the birds, our lands, the air that we breathe, and that it's a gift of life that God gives us that we're not guaranteed tomorrow, but to be thankful for today. Yesterday, we learned as much as we can to bring to today. And then with that, I say miigwech to everybody, the elders, the youth, the drummers, sacred medicines, and the territory that we on right now. So, I've been thinking a lot about this. I was approached not only at the NAN level to consider moving this resolution, but also approached at the Chiefs of Ontario level to second the resolution. And honestly, the first question that comes to mind is, why me? Why have I been approached to make comments or move these resolutions? And with that question, I turn to God and Creator and ask for some guidance, some spiritual strength, some courage, and some wisdom. And as I think about my prayer and my request and speaking with God and Creator, I wait for that answer or that direction or that at least that comfort to give me the courage to say what I need to say as a Nishnawbe man, a human, a leader, and overall a community member of not only my community, but us here as a nation within that. So, and that's a long-winded way of qualifying myself as to why I want to speak on this. So when we talk about our kids, our family, and our homes, again, I always have to refer back to the Creator. Creator, God gave us the gift of life. Hence, Mother Earth was created. On Mother Earth, we all know everything lives on Mother Earth. And from that, as a nation, or as a tribe, or as a community, we learn from natural law. Natural law as in what we know from what Mother Earth has given us. Natural law teaches us to be who we are as human beings, especially before we were contacted by an outside entity, the governments that came here to basically disrupt our ways of living. But natural law provided us a direction of how to be respectful and treat one another and take care of us, ourselves, our families, our kids, everybody in community. And we were good at it because we lived it, and we really had faith in Creator to guide us as we went along with the teaching through natural law. From natural law, went to traditional law, or whatever we want to call it as nations. We applied what we learned from natural law. From natural law, I like to think we have traditional protocols, or whatever you want to call them, treaties amongst nations, the way we understand treaties, not the colonial way. The colonial way obviously brought us here to where we are today. So now I'm going to fast forward to where we are today. Obviously, history has shown that the introduction of colonial ways, laws, governments, policies, mandates, acts have not worked for our nations. It basically took us away from our original teachings of natural law. Now, here we are today discussing this agreement that quite frankly was a long journey. It was a really long journey for me. I learned as I got along. I'm in my 19th month of being a chief. In 19 months, I've come to learn, especially this file, this agreement they're pursuing today that we're hoping to ratify. Obviously, I started thinking about our kids and where we are, and knowing that the current system and systems prior never worked. We all know it. We all see it. We've been through it, lived it, experienced it. And to me, yes, there's a money value to this agreement. For my First Nation in particular, and I'm not really speaking on other First Nations, but for my First Nation and where we come from in our experience, obviously, we're going to vote in favor of this because we know that it's a step to where we want to go, to where we want to be, to take care of our own and take care of our children. It isn't perfect. We all know that. Nothing's ever going to be perfect when it comes to negotiations, especially with a foreign government or a foreign system. But we try and make that effort to get back to our ways of doing things, our culture and our ways of life as nations and as families. When I look at this agreement, yes, there's a money value to it, but for me, the way an elder explained to me was this. Merle, you got to go out there and fight for your people, and that's what you're elected to do. You're a warrior now. So you need those tools to lead your people, lead your nation, and be a part of a nation. And to me, I looked at this agreement as a tool to get where I need to get to. Again, it's not perfect, but it's a tool I will use for my community and hopefully as a nation that we need to use to get there. Yes, money doesn't solve anything, but it sure does help when you know you're struggling with to try and take care of your people. And again, I'm going to look at it as a tool because an elder said, use all the tools you can get to help your people out. And this is one of them. This is a tool that we can use to move ahead. We don't know what lies ahead, but we have time to figure it out. We're all good people. We're all smart people. We're educated people. And we can figure it out together on how we take the next steps to try and take care of one another. Yes, we're not all going to agree. There was a quote not too long ago I heard in church. Arguments and disagreements about different situations causes obviously conflict and division. But arguments and disagreements in faith creates unity. As long as you believe in your heart and you have the Creator, God, in your heart, we might have our differences, yes, but keeping the faith and having God in mind still provides that unity that we need to march forward as a nation. I truly believe that. We help each other. That's why we're a dude. That's what natural law does. You see that in nature. Go sit in the bush, go watch an animal. That's a perfect example of natural law. That's what we learn from. And I like to say with pride, as Nishnawbe people, we took that and we used that. Unfortunately, it got taken away from us in the sense that it got fogged, but it's still there. So this is a tool to get where we need to get to as a nation, especially for my community, because for me, I know as a community, I won't get any less if I pursue traditional law. And with that, I say miigwech for listening to me.
Miigwech, Chief Loon, and I'm going to provide a brief opportunity for Chief Elizabeth Karakwapa to also support the.
Hello. I'm just having some issues here. Hold on. Okay, hello, can you hear me, Chair?
We're good now.
Okay, there, got it. Okay, yeah, I was asked to second the motion because I really think that it's the best way to go is to support this motion. It's for our children and families that are lacking some services, you know, and I know if we have it, if we approve it and we get all kinds of services after that, that's what that's all I want for our community. Like for instance, living in isolated community, there's a lot of costs, expenses, everything, groceries and everything is all a killer for us, for our families, especially you know, especially families living in through Ontario Works, and I know once this important file is approved, I know it's going to benefit a lot of our communities, and I'm speaking on behalf of my remote community because I see every day the struggles of families, young families, you know, trying to raise their families with all the costs associated with that. That's it's really hard sometimes because some families, they come and visit our office asking for assistance because their cupboards are empty. You know, and then I really believe if we can have this approved, it's going to benefit a lot of our families. And I know for sure that like for Fort Albany, we are in a process now of establishing our law. So with that said, the work has begun in Fort Albany for better services for the children and families. Those are our main issues also, along with addictions and mental health. And I just want to honor our youth, who are our future leaders. You know, even the babies, they're our future leaders. So we got to look after them. We're their voices, we're their advocates. And I was just honored. I was honored when I was asked to second this motion because I've been involved with it. And I'm ready to, you know, accept it and second it. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. So I'm going to put the call to the floor. Your rules and procedures establish of having consensus in all your decision making. So I would like to confirm if there is consensus rather than going through a vote. Is there consensus? It does state in the rules of procedures that your decision making is through consensus based. That's what I read. However, if it's called that way, you want to have a traditional vote on their Robert's Rules of Orders, we can do that. So we do have a mover and a seconder. Are there any objections? We have one. Do we have any abstentions? And we shall do online, sorry. Are there Is there any objections online?
This is Cheryl Thomas. I'm going to abstain.
I'll get to that point there. So no objections online? Okay, abstentions online. Chief Wabi and Cheryl. Chief Cheryl. The question then becomes, for those that are abstaining, would you like to have your names noted?
Yeah, that's okay. My name can be noted.
Yes, please, Chief Wayne Wabi, Beaver House First Nation.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Online? And with the established quorum of 33, I'll declare the motion carried. There is also another resolution that's being drafted or coming forward. Okay, there's another resolution. What is being proposed is part of the next steps. That's based on some of the concerns that were raised in relation to the risk of agreeing to this agreement and having interference at the tribunal or through the courts, which would essentially delay the application or the implementation of this agreement to a date further into the future. So I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break to allow for that final wording to get approved. Proxy McKay.
And there's supposed to be a count of 4 who voted for 4. This resolution for the record.
Yeah, the 33, and I had 1 objection and 2 noted abstentions.
Okay. 33-4, 2 abstentions.
2 abstentions, 1 objection.
And 1 objection.
33 total.
Okay.
30 voted for.
So it's
30 voted.
30 in favor.
30 in favor. Okay. Thank you.
You want that in percentages?
Yeah.
Quick resolutions committee, do you have something for me, or would you prefer a short break? I know we're almost done, but there's likely to be some discussion. Oh yeah, sorry. Gotta love the humor. Yeah. All right. We do have the draft resolution that takes into account some of the viewpoints that were expressed. And it reads, non-interference with the approval of the Ontario Final Agreement on Child and Family Services. Whereas a draft Ontario Final Agreement on a long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program in Ontario has been reached between the Nishnawbe Aski Nation, the Chiefs of Ontario, and Canada, whereas the Ontario Final Agreement does not come into effect and will not be implemented until 60 days after it is approved by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Whereas if the OFA is contested at the CHRT, the implementation of the agreement may be delayed, or if the OFA is approved at the CHRT but challenged in court by any party, the implementation of the agreement will be delayed. Whereas the OFA is a regionalized version of the National Draft Final Agreement concluded in July 2024, and whereas the National Draft Final Agreement was a 10-year agreement scheduled to begin on April 1st, 2024 and end on March 31st, 2034, an end date which remains in the new OFA. Whereas the delay in the implementation of the long-term reform of the program has already cost First Nations children a whole year of benefits, and any further delay could threaten the viability of the OFA, as the funding commitment in the OFA is conditional on its coming into effect by April 1st, 2026. Whereas NAN First Nations have a sacred responsibility to act in the best interest of their children, and whereas any act taken by any party to delay the OFA, once ratified by the chiefs in NAN and in the region of Ontario, will be considered an unacceptable interference with this sacred responsibility. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs and Assembly call upon all parties outside of the OFA to refrain from any interference in the ratification and implementation of the OFA. Further, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs and Assembly specifically express their expectation that as parties outside of the OFA, the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society and the Assembly of First Nations refrain from taking any steps that could in any way delay the effective date of the OFA. Finally, be it resolved that the NAN Chiefs and Assembly will respect and support the chiefs in other regions acting in the best interest of their children. Dated at Toronto, this 25th day of February, 2025. And we will require a mover for this resolution. Chief Batiste, do we have a seconder? Chief Bruce Ashnapinaskum. Seconder. Okay, I'm gonna allow an opportunity for the mover to speak to the resolution.
Yeah, I support this resolution. I'm thinking about what Chief Murrow Loon had said, about the future for our children and that, and it's a step in the right direction. And we've got to look after our kids for tomorrow and the years after, and in 10 years' time, well, they may be sitting here, renegotiating our terms on this thing. So I'm in fully support of it. Thank you.
Chief Ashton Beniscum, did you wish to address the assembly?
Bonjour. Miigwech. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, elders, for prayer today, the drum, and fellow chiefs, delegates. I just want to say, fully supportive of our own inherent right to move forward in the things that we want to move forward, and I don't think there should be any interference on our own sovereignty and our right to bargain and negotiate. And I just want to say, English. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open up the floor to discussions. Yeah, okay. Okay, Chief Allen.
One question is just the first whereas. I know we didn't
Did we go
really
to the
vote
first
that.
whereas?
Yeah, the first whereas. You didn't really ratify this with Canada or who at this time. I don't know if we just put NAN. I know this because we just ratified it here with NAN only, because it's like we're falsely putting things in there and putting the horse before the cart, more or less, and saying we already approved of a coup and we don't know the outcome coming tomorrow. But that's just a quick comment.
Thanks, Chief Allen. I was confused as well. This is just saying that we reached the draft agreement that you have, not that it's passed total at all levels.
All right, Proxy Linklater.
So you just floored this resolution without opportunity for us to review. Is my great concern. Okay, and the fact that, like I personally, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't move it or second it. I get what you're saying, but if a First Nation from Nan or Ku doesn't agree, then really you're restricting the the rights of that nation to explore another avenue. So, I do have trouble with some of the wording. And I don't know if you need a resolution like this to happen today, or can it be done with Chiefs of Ontario tomorrow? At least then we have a day to actually look at this resolution. It's just not good governance to just throw a resolution like this that potentially could handcuff the First Nation and puts us in the box. It says non-interference, right? So, I mean, to me, I'd like this meeting to end, but you know what? I still want to review this resolution. I want the opportunity to actually, make some phone calls. I'm sitting here as a proxy. Call my chief, get some advice on it, because it's very restrictive. I mean,
Okay, we'll have, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's Victor, for your comments. We had a dinner caucus meeting yesterday, which was over 2 hours long, and I appreciate the leadership that was there yesterday, and also there were some leadership that were able to join us online yesterday evening. And over the course of that discussion yesterday, many of the chiefs who were there expressed their concerns about the potential for a party to interfere as we go through this process of ratification and implementation of this agreement. And so that was the direction that we were given as a non-executive, is to, once the agreement to ratify this, or once the resolution to ratify this agreement was passed, that we also need to add a second resolution to, as the wording of this resolution says, that we need to send a message to the other parties that we don't want them to interfere. Because if there's any, if somebody files a motion for whatever reason, that they'll just add more delays to this process. And so that's the direction we were given yesterday, to draft and introduce this resolution this afternoon.
Can I ask a question before you respond? Yesterday's meeting, we talked about the inherent authority of our chiefs, and that they're responsible for their First Nations, and nobody has a right to come and tell them what to do in relation to how they're going to how they're going to protect and provide services to their communities. That's their jurisdictional authority. And that's why I think that was, we expressed that in that thing, that nobody should come and try to interfere and impose their jurisdiction over our people and tell them what to do. And I don't see that reflected in the resolution. And I thought we said too that we have to have a strong statement, to demonstrate, our authority over our First Nations. And the chiefs in our agreement has authority from our First Nation governance. So that, and that's what we said, right, Julian?
Absolutely, Proxy McKay. And just before I point in the resolution where that's referred to, I just wanted Proxy Linkletter to have some comfort, and that's, this specifically addresses itself to, quote, parties outside of the OFA. It does not in any way represent any obligation on a NAN community, or for that matter, a community as part of Chiefs of Ontario, because you're not outside of the OFA. This is meant to direct itself to parties outside of the governance of the agreement, which is within the boundaries of Ontario. So this would not apply to you. Now, I want to deal with, secondly, with what you've said, Proxy McKay. The line that was intended to capture, but it may not be enough, you may want to make it more specific. It says, whereas NAN First Nations have a sacred responsibility to act in the best interests of their children. Do you see that? It's two whereases above the therefore be it resolved. And whereas any act taken by any party would represent an unacceptable interference. So the idea was the sacred responsibility to act in the best interests of their children was the line that hopefully captured it. But it may not be strong enough.
Well, I just seen that when you referred to it.
Okay.
And I think that could be acceptable, but we haven't had a chance to review the whole resolution because we just got it. So As long as it's in there, that's good.
Okay, what I'm gonna suggest is maybe a quick 10-minute break so you can review the document before we get into an actual voting. And if you have some very specific questions, you maybe want to refer to your chiefs that you're establishing a proxy for. Yep. Chief? We. Changing the wording in the whereases from Nan First Nations to First Nations of Nan. Of Nan or in Nan? Let the lawyers figure out in or of, yeah. Okay. Can we use the microphone?
Also, best interest of their children. That's a mainstream term. That's something you use in the Child Youth Family Services Act. Well, having worked in child welfare. But it should be like from working with many First Nation communities. It's children, youth, and families. And it's always been holistic.
Right. Noted. Lawyer doesn't know what noted means. It means you put a note down. It's too short of a word. Are there any further revisions that you would like to see? But I did suggest that we take a quick 5-minute, but I don't want to lose quorum either.
I have a quick question.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Proxy Howe of North Spirit.
Julian, what happens if Manitoba decides overnight they want to join? And do they have to go through a court procedure to say that they're interested in joining? Because I'm hearing different rumors, because I sit on a board in Manitoba for a child welfare agency. So I'm just throwing that out there because I don't want to impact potentially what they want to try to do and join something that I think is great. So.
Well, first of all, this agreement has no provision for communities outside of Ontario to be part of it. And I would be very surprised if Canada modified its position to expand it. I don't think Nan or Koo would agree to that. So it's not, and that's why it says at the end that you're supportive of the other chiefs and in other regions, but this is a regional agreement, and it's a fundamental mandate that Canada has to only deal within the boundaries of Ontario. I don't, honestly, as a negotiator, I don't see that mandate changing.
So no potential for them to go to court and say, we want to join,
No.
and delay the process.
I don't, well, if they did, that would be an example of you encouraging them not to do that, because it would delay the process. So you'd be encouraging them not to do it. But at the end, if you could just, if I could ask the resolutions committee to go to that last line of the resolution, please, where you indicate, finally be it resolved that the Nan Chiefs Assembly will respect and support the chiefs in other regions acting in the best interests of their children. So sending that message that it's not that you're not supportive of them, but as far as your deal, you want to make sure your deal doesn't get delayed and you lose another year on it.
St. Denis?
So one of the, like, non-interference, so this was drafted up. So can you give us some examples who may interfere that we are watching for or whatnot? Like, why was this specifically drafted for non-interfere? Is there something we're supposed to be worried about? Or someone or some entity that's going to interfere?
Sorry, as Grand Chief Fiddler indicated earlier, this arises from comments made by chiefs yesterday evening in caucus when there was a discussion about the potential for those outside of the OFA to delay this with judicial reviews and appeals. That's who it's aimed at. Nobody within Ontario, whether they support or against, anybody within Ontario, this is not directed at all.
Frank?
Can we add where it says whereas none has a sacred responsibility and not an inherent authority or an inherent jurisdiction to act in the best interest of our children?
Forgetting a step here. Chief Batiste, are you agreeable with these amendments?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief Ashmaniskum?
Yes, I am.
I hear a question being called. So I will go through your rules of procedure, and I'm to ask any of those that are objecting, please express that now. Those that are not in favor. I had question being called. I have to respect that also. All right. One objection. And any online, Carissa? Okay. Any abstentions that need to be noted? Online? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Keep your hands raised. They are being counted. Online. 1, 2, 3, 4. See 4 hands online. 29? Okay. So I'll declare the motion carried. 29 in favor, 1 objection. And that essentially concludes the resolutions that were up for discussion today, as well as yourselves approving the agreement and expressing that approval at the Chiefs of Ontario Assembly for tomorrow. What I'm going to ask is the Walking Bear Drum Group to come into the circle. And while they're doing that, I'm going to ask our elder Terry Fiddler to make her way up to the front, and I'm going to provide an opportunity for the Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler for some closing comments.
Okay, let's, Mr. Chair. I just want to first of all, miigwech to the leadership for the discussions today and the passing of these two very important resolutions. The reason why I asked for me to be up here just very briefly as we close off the day is I want to acknowledge one of our leaders that's on the table here, Chief Chris Munias from Nishnawbe. Recently, Premier Doug Ford made some comments on the campaign trail. As you know, the election is 2 days away. And his comments we found to be very irresponsible. Just talking about how he will forego his responsibility to consult and to talk to us about our lands and about our resources. And I know that Chief Munias has been very strong in the past about asserting our jurisdiction, our authority over our lands and our resources. Yesterday, there was an election in Nishnawbe, and unfortunately, Chief Munias was not reelected to the chief's position. And we want to wish the new chief all the best as they go through the transition process in Nishnawbe. We are putting out a statement today. We worked with Chief Munias over the lunch break to respond to Premier Doug Ford's comments that he made a few days ago. And I want to give some time to Chief Munias to address the Assembly as we close off. I don't know if you want to do it there or if you want to come up here. I believe their transition period is about a month, and I'm not sure if we will have another meeting like this before that. So I wanted to just give Chief Munias the opportunity to address all of us and to remind all of us the responsibility that we have as leaders to not just protecting our children, the important discussion we had today, but also to protecting our lands and our resources.
Bonjour, Miigwech, and it's been a while. I just yesterday we had an election for chief, and I wasn't successful. Close, but not successful. And we had Gary Kuzis Gibaknage in our community, and this is going to be probably my last time in Nan Chiefs meeting for I don't know when, till I don't know when. And I had mixed feelings about running this election before Christmas. I did say that I wasn't going to seek re-election because I was tired and going through grief. I lost many nephews and nieces throughout my term. 2 terms I get done, and it was catching up to me. And after I had a little break during Christmas, I thought I'm gonna give it a shot at least and see what happens. But I choose not to campaign. I'm not the vote for me type of person or pick me type of person. I'm not that person. And I try to encourage the community to vote who they feel would best represent them. And but they made that decision. I respect that, and I acknowledge it, and I accept it. And so I'm gonna probably rest for a few months and see what I'll do. I mean, I'm not worried because I have all the necessary skills and experience to work in any capacity If you look at, I mean, from my work experience, I've done many things from politics, law enforcement, education, child welfare, and things like that. You know, I used to be the health director too, band manager, you know, and I'm not worried where I'm going to end up. And one of the things gaining my leadership is asserting our jurisdiction over our children, over our lands, over our environment. Those are what's has been important to me. And the protection of our treaty rights, our Aboriginal title, our inherent rights. Those are the things that I continue to protect and preserve, gaining my own community. And if we work together, we can continue to do that. And I felt yesterday's, when I seen Doug Ford's comment that he doesn't care what he's going to do, take me to court, Kikuta. That's against our rights. That's an attack against our treaty rights. That's an attack against our Aboriginal title. That's an attack against our inherent rights. Whatever position we are at, it's attack against Nishnawbe. Whether if you work with him, against him, for him, or agree with him, or not, it's an attack on us. As nations. So I urge you, Agishan, to try to make any noise as much as you can to stop this man from doing that, and from his I'm just going to say it, his white supremacist attitude, treatment towards us, Nishnawbe. He's very colonial, and he's racist, and that's what I got from that statement that he made the other day. It says, "I don't care. Enough is enough. I'm coming for your land. I'm coming for your resources." If two countries did that, that's an act of war. So pretty much he declared war on my nation, because he's going to come for my land. He's going to come for my resources. He's going to come destroy my river, because I'm on that river, that Ovscut River. Guys those got dig that proposed ring of fire. I'm not against development. We're not against development, but we're against what it's being done, the way it's being done, where we don't have an opportunity to participate, where our people has not been consulted or accommodated. That's what we're standing for. That's why our position is the way it is now. So that's why we need to stand together. We need to make sure that the government consults us, accommodate us, and we're true partners. Our First Nations, near every First Nation in Ontario, in NAN, has probably a lot of permits being issued left and right, covering our territories without being consulted. Those are the very things that we are speaking against, because we want to make sure we leave the land for our children and their children. We want to make sure that we continue to protect it for them. And that's why our position is the way it is now. It's not my position. I'm just a spokesman for the community. It's their position. So that's pretty much the next chief that comes in, that will come in after after March 31st, will have the same position, because it's not the chief and council that makes those decisions. It's the people. And that's how we govern, in our community. That's how we operate things in our community, is we decide as a people together. So, miigwech, and I love the job. It's very rewarding. It's very tiring. It's very sometimes frustrating, but it is something very important that you guys are doing here. Even this child welfare. I have a passion for child welfare in Indian. I'm a social worker by trade, and I've always been an advocate for children. And this will give an opportunity for Nishnawbe to assert its jurisdiction on our children. I've always said, whatever's written on that agreement, I can go further than that. We can go further than that. Every child matters. We don't have to ignore children that are living off reserve. They're our children. We have a responsibility. We have a duty and responsibility to take care of them. We have grandparents. We can use that money to help grandparents that are raising their grandchildren. We can use that money, that funding, to help aunties, uncles, or anybody that's doing their customary care without bringing the children into care, without opening files for families. Because once you use Tikanagan, the files are open and will remain open. And sometimes they remain open for a long time because they get neglected. And when they want to foster children, they get denied because the files is open. So that's what we're trying to avoid. This year, we're bringing a safe home in the community. It's already being rated. So around March 14, I think it's going to be delivered to Nishnawbe. So we're running our own. We're asserting our jurisdiction. We don't want Tikanagan to be involved when we have to protect our children. That will give an opportunity again, if they have our parents, young parents, or whatever parent, even if they have any problems, they'll have some time to work their issues without having to send children out of the community. We can do that ourselves. Those are the kind of jurisdiction gaining that I feel that we need to do. As Mr. Enderman gaining those kind of things, that we can do it ourselves. We don't need no agency. But that doesn't mean that we're going to take over right away. There's going to be some time that needs to be that needs to be done. And I'm hoping that we will continue to assert our jurisdiction, our inherent rights, and our obligations. So, miigwech, and I enjoyed a lot of discussions when we have our discussions, and I like to say thank you and good luck in your continue. I'll go quietly.
Miigwech, Chief Monias, our prayers will be with your community, and that your past hard work will be recognized, and And the chiefs will remember the hard work you did and continue to support your community. Mie keje kagochi mangit manito e nongom kagisto ek minoa. Mi gwach manito. Shonya kamego dego atik dotem kenak dejon bejo miteo. Kenanak mego manito mina nongom kagi pewitisyang. Kagi penda bizindaman owak chagegon gatashin chagadeg. E paksendamang chiminogundaman gegin. Ogoege at so kanag kagi kagoch magwage wino machibijawat. Wetiwa banong shawnong nagabio nong giwet nang kaundabuat. Ik kendaman kenin stay. E wichishwat chagoe manitoge wichishit. En sagijagage gonga baksendaman. Kegi noda shugumakanak bagosen manito. Chuichigweg. Weg dan kinea mauchianimak. Wege den metamoag. Kayan metuat nongum kiwet nong. De boge gonga kai sewat. Ka bigwenda moat, ka jagatenda moat ke aweg. Miwe jagat minan manito. Kanoin mishnam nongum gawit bekak chan wishnyang. Wabang mino amat be beang. Chibisenda mangya but chige gonga tasin chigadek. Chiminogunda man mino achoe. Jabak senda mang. Kanoinim kina benon jishag. Gwege wetik kiwet nung maot kak chano kiwat. Egoge kamat se keskam maot miste nendamak. Kanoin mishnam nungum gada bekak. Ogwege benon jishag kusinanag kubtagnanag kanoinim. Egoge ogoe uskadasak kayan metoat. Ogwege kcheag eganandaga gishawat. Chibok send them what to give watch me or go to me nan money to and no mishnam no gad bekak. Me got.
Okay, we're going to go directly to the Walking Bear Drum Group that will adjourn the meeting once they're complete. Walking Bear Drum. Jimmy Gwetch, Walking Bear Singers, what a beautiful song. So I want to thank everyone for giving me an opportunity to helping out at chairing the assembly, and thanks for the tips. And I congratulate you on your decisions and how you conduct your business here. Miigwech Kinawea. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow.